Hello beautiful people. Welcome to Gringotts Hub. In today's episode, we explore, what if Harry used the Peverell-Merlin ring to summon the spirits of all four founders and they declared war on Dumbledore? Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Ring. The Chamber of Secrets smelled like old water and older stone, and Harry had stopped minding it about 20 minutes in. He'd come down alone, which Hermione would have called reckless and Ron would have called mental, and which Harry privately thought was just efficient. He didn't need anyone for this. He'd been coming down here on his own for 3 weeks now, once on a Thursday when the rest of Gryffindor Tower was watching the Quidditch replay in the common room, twice on weekend mornings when the corridors were quiet and Filch was doing his rounds on the 4th floor. Nobody had noticed. Nobody had asked. That was the thing about being Harry Potter in his 6th year at Hogwarts. People had stopped watching him the way they used to, with that breathless attention that felt like being a specimen under glass. They'd moved on to other anxieties, the war, the Death Eaters, the way Dumbledore had been looking tired at the high table. Harry had stopped being the immediate crisis and become a background fixture again, which suited him fine. He moved the beam of his wand along the chamber's south wall, where the stonework changed texture. The rest of the chamber was dressed stone, fitted blocks, carved serpent motifs, the deliberate architecture of a man who wanted to be remembered. But down here, past the enormous basilisk skeleton that he absolutely did not look at directly anymore, the wall went rough. Ancient rough. The kind of rough that meant the stone had never been shaped by human hands at all, just exposed by them. He'd noticed it the first time because the serpent carving stopped here, mid-row, like Salazar Slytherin had run out of wall and then realized the wall was no longer his to carve. Something older was underneath. He pressed his palm flat against the rough section tonight, the way he'd done the last 3 times, and said nothing because he still didn't know what to say. He was going on instinct. Instinct had gotten him this far in life, through 3 Triwizard tasks and a ministry battle and a graveyard and approximately 900 things Dumbledore had told him to leave alone, so instinct could carry him a little further. The stone was cool against his hand. Then it was warm. Then it was warm in a very specific, directional way, like the heat was coming from somewhere rather than just being a property of the rock. Harry moved his hand left. The warmth followed. He tracked it the way you track a sound in a dark room, palm sliding across the rough face of the stone, until his fingers dropped into a crack he couldn't see and found something that absolutely should not have been there. A recess. Shallow, carved smooth on the inside, a deliberate negative space in a wall that was otherwise raw. His fingers explored it in the dark, mapping by touch, round, slightly raised at the center, with a curved inner lip, like a dish designed to hold something specific. He crouched and angled his wand into the crack. There was a ring. It sat in the hollow like it had been placed there carefully by someone with plenty of time and no intention of ever coming back. Simple band of dark metal, not quite black, not quite silver, something in between that shifted depending on how his wand light hit it, and set with a stone he couldn't immediately identify. Not a gemstone. Not glass. It looked almost like compressed shadow, which was not a description Harry thought he'd ever have occasion to use, but there it was. He reached in and picked it up. It was lighter than it looked and heavier than it should have been, which didn't make physical sense but was nonetheless precisely true. 2 contradictory weights, one in his hand and one somewhere he didn't have a word for, a gravity that had nothing to do with mass. On the inner curve of the band there were 2 sets of markings. On one side, 3 symbols he recognized from Xenophilius Lovegood's telling of the Deathly Hallows story, the triangle, the circle, the line. On the other side, a script so old it made the Parseltongue carvings above him look recent. Harry turned it over once more, then did the thing that Hermione would specifically have told him not to do, which was put it on. It slid onto the ring finger of his right hand like it had been made for him. For about 2 seconds, nothing happened. Harry thought, all right, maybe it's just a ring. He thought this with the particular resigned optimism of someone who has been disappointed by mysterious objects before. Then the Chamber of Secrets went completely, absolutely silent in a way it had never been silent before, all the ambient drips and distant settling of the castle cutting off at once, as if someone had closed a door on the world, and the ring burned cold against his finger, and Harry understood without anyone telling him that something was coming. Not something dangerous. Something enormous. The air in the chamber thickened. It didn't get harder to breathe, it just got denser with presence, the way a room feels different when someone powerful walks in, except whatever was walking in was doing it from the inside of the atmosphere itself. The torches, which weren't technically lit, Harry's wand providing the only light, burst into flame. All of them. Simultaneously. Ancient brackets on the walls that hadn't held fire since Salazar Slytherin was alive flared green-white and stayed there. The serpent carvings on the walls began to move. Not dramatically, they didn't writhe or lunge. They simply shifted, settling into different positions, like they were making room. Harry stood in the middle of it and did not run. He thought about running for approximately 1 second and then dismissed it, because his legs weren't going to carry him anywhere his curiosity wouldn't follow, and his curiosity was absolutely riveted. 4 figures stepped out of the light. That was the only way to describe it. They came from the torchlight, condensed from it, green-white fire resolving into form the way mist resolves into a face when you're looking at it from the right angle. They were solid but not quite solid. They were there but not quite there. And they were the most powerful presences Harry had ever stood in a room with, which was saying something considerable given that he had stood in a room with Voldemort. The one in front was built like someone who had spent his entire life making other people uncomfortable at their own convenience. He was tall and broad and wore armor that looked like it had seen genuine use, not ceremonial display, dented at the shoulder, repaired at the gorget with what looked like a different metal entirely, and absolutely covered in the kind of scratches that don't come from training yards. He had dark copper hair going gray at the temples and a jaw that seemed constitutionally incapable of anything less than absolute decision. His eyes were the same color as old fire, amber brown, direct, and currently scanning the chamber with the practiced thoroughness of a man assessing a battlefield. He looked at Harry and his expression didn't soften exactly, but something in it shifted, recognition crossing a face that had not expected to be surprised. "Heir of the Hallows," he said, and his voice was the kind that didn't need to be raised. "You're young." "People keep saying that to me," Harry said. "I keep surviving anyway." The man's mouth moved. Not quite a smile. Something more complicated than a smile, older and warmer. "Godric Gryffindor," he said, and held out his hand the way a warrior greets an equal, wrist to wrist, not palm to palm. Harry gripped it. He could feel him, not physically, exactly, but in the way you feel a fire from a foot away. Heat and reality and absolute solidity. Behind Gryffindor, the other 3 had finished forming. The woman on the left was small in the way that made you immediately suspicious, the kind of small that was a deliberate deception by someone who had never needed height to be the largest presence in a room. She had warm brown skin and silver-streaked dark hair worn loosely, and she was looking at the chamber around her with an expression of such acute grief that Harry felt it in his sternum. Her eyes, when they found his, were brown and deep and utterly composed on top of whatever was moving underneath. "Helga Hufflepuff," she said, and her voice was like the first warm thing after a long cold. "Harry Potter. I have been waiting a very long time to meet you, child." There was something in the way she said child that didn't diminish him, it was the opposite, actually, the word carrying a weight of claim and care that Harry couldn't immediately process and so filed away to feel later. The second woman didn't introduce herself immediately. She was examining the chamber's architecture with the focused attention of someone taking a thing apart in their head to see what held it together. She was tall, angular, with iron-gray hair that might once have been black, and she wore robes that had clearly prioritized function over fashion long before fashion became a word. There was a clarity to her features that was almost uncomfortable, the kind of face that didn't allow for comfortable vagueness. She turned to Harry eventually, as if completing an assessment, and said, with no preamble whatsoever, "You put on a ring you found in a hidden recess in the Chamber of Secrets without testing it, identifying it, or consulting any reference material." "Yes," Harry said. "On instinct." "Yes." Rowena Ravenclaw looked at him for a long moment. Your instinct was correct, she said, in a tone that suggested this genuinely surprised her and she respected it despite herself. I am Rowena Ravenclaw. And the fact that the ring answered you means we have a great deal to discuss. The fourth figure had been standing slightly apart from the others, not behind them but angled away, watching the shadows at the chamber's edges. He was lean where Gryffindor was broad, with sharp features and close-cropped black hair, and he wore no armor, only dark robes that looked like they had been expensive once. He turned last, and he turned to Harry with the expression of a man who has spent a very long time expecting to be blamed for something and has decided it no longer interests him. Salazar Slytherin, he said, before Harry could assume he was someone else. And before you ask, yes, this is mine. All of this. He gestured at the chamber with a precise flick of his hand that somehow encompassed both the magnificence and the mess of it. And I am aware it has been used for some rather unsavory business in recent history, which I want to state for the record I did not design it for. The basilisk, Harry said. Yes. Slytherin looked at the enormous skeleton against the far wall with an expression that mingled pride with something more complicated. That was my basilisk. She was also not designed for unsavory business. She was a guardian. He looked back at Harry. Things become weapons when the wrong people get hold of them. I suspect you know something about that. Harry did. He looked down at the ring on his hand, then back up at four of the most powerful magical minds in the history of the world, standing in a circle of torchlight in a chamber beneath a school he had lived in for 6 years and never really felt was his. Okay, he said. So. The ring summoned you. All four of you. The ring recognized you, Rowena corrected precisely. The summoning was the recognition. It has been waiting for an heir with sufficient Hallows claim and direct magical inheritance to wake what was sealed inside it. You have both. What are you? Harry asked. Not ghosts. Ghosts don't, you're not ghosts. No, Helga said. Ghosts are echoes. We are something else. The ring contains our will, not our souls, those have been through doors that don't open again, but the part of us that was our power, our intention, our accumulated knowledge. We are bound to it. We are bound, now, to you. Bound how? We go where you go, Godric said, and he sounded like he was testing the shape of this and finding it acceptable. We can speak, act in limited ways, and in certain circumstances exert our power directly. But we are not ghosts to be seen by anyone who wanders past. We choose our visibility. And he glanced at the other three, something passing between them that wasn't quite communication and wasn't quite agreement and was perhaps the working relationship of people who had spent 1,000 years knowing each other's minds. We are aware of this world. Of what it has become. He said the last part with a flatness that told Harry everything about the temperature running underneath it. You've been watching, Harry said. The ring has eyes in Hogwarts, Rowena said. More precisely, the ring is connected to the original enchantments laid at this school's founding. We have not been watching the way a person watches, it was more like dreaming, before you woke us. Impressions, fragments. But clear enough. Clear enough for what? A silence. The four of them exchanged something again. We need to understand more before we speak plainly, Helga said. But, Harry, there are things we know already that we need to discuss with you. Soon. Tonight, if you will allow it. Tonight's fine, Harry said. I've got nowhere better to be. Salazar Slytherin made a sound that was almost a laugh. Spoken like every man who's ever walked into something significantly larger than he expected, he said. Come. Sit. The chamber has good acoustics and we have been asleep for a very long time. We would rather not stand to say what needs to be said. Harry looked around the chamber, stone floor, serpent columns, the gaping dark beyond the torchlight, and sat down where he was standing, cross-legged on the cold floor, because if the founders of Hogwarts wanted a chair they could conjure one themselves. Godric, to his credit, did exactly that, producing 4 rough-hewn chairs from a gesture that looked instinctive rather than deliberate. He dropped into his like a man who had earned it. Helga settled with quiet grace. Rowena sat with the precise posture of someone who considered slouching an intellectual failing. Salazar looked at his chair, looked at the floor, and sat on the floor instead, a few feet from Harry, which somehow placed him closer to the conversation than any of the chairs. "Start from the ring," Harry said. "How did it get here?" "Merlin made it," Rowena said. She didn't say this the way people usually said Merlin's name, with the reflexive reverence of an oath. She said it the way you'd say the name of a colleague. "He was Slytherin's student, as you may or may not know, not at Hogwarts, that came later, but before. He came to us when we founded the school and offered this. He said," she paused, and something moved in her face, the first crack in the precise surface. "He said there would come a time when Hogwarts needed its founders more than its faculty." He did not elaborate. He rarely did. He hid the ring in a place only a Parselmouth who was also Hallows' heir could find, and he told Salazar where it was. "I didn't put it here," Salazar said, "to no one in particular. I sealed it here. There's a difference." "He didn't trust himself with it," Godric said, with the bluntness of someone who has earned the right to say true things without softening them. Salazar looked at him. "No," he agreed quietly. "I didn't. The circumstances of my leaving Hogwarts were not, I was not in a state to be trusted with something like this. I knew that. I put it somewhere it could wait for someone better suited." Harry looked at him. "You're the villain in most versions of the story," he said. It wasn't an accusation, just a fact he was putting on the table between them because ignoring it seemed worse. Salazar held his gaze. "Yes. And some of what makes me the villain is true. I said things I should not have said. I held positions I should not have held as absolutely as I did. I left when I should have stayed." He paused. "And some of what makes me the villain is fiction, amplified over 1,000 years by people who needed a clean story. I did not build this chamber to murder students. I built it to protect them. The school was not complete, the wards were not stable, we needed a last defense. The chamber was a final retreat, with the basilisk as its guardian, meant to be used only when all else had failed." "The heir of Slytherin," Harry said. "A concept I did not invent in the way it has been understood. I meant that whoever carried the blood and the tongue and the trust of my line would have the wisdom to know when retreat was necessary. Not," he glanced at the skeleton, "not a teenage ghost compelling a serpent to kill children through the pipes. That is not, no. That was a desecration of something I built with my own hands, and I want you to understand that clearly." Harry understood it. He also understood, looking at Salazar Slytherin's face, that the man had spent 1,000 years being the story people told when they wanted to explain where evil came from. That was its own kind of wound. "I understand," Harry said. Salazar nodded once, short and precise. "Good." Godric leaned forward in his chair, and the chamber seemed to contract slightly around his attention, the way a fire brightens when you look at it directly. "The ring is important, but what's more important right now, what was more important the moment we woke, is that we know this school's enchantments. We feel them the way you feel your own heartbeat. And the enchantments are," he stopped, jaw tight. "Wrong," Helga said softly. "They've been changed, Harry. Slowly, over decades. Small changes, the kind you wouldn't notice unless you knew exactly what they were supposed to feel like. The binding oaths, the protective architectures, the wards that were meant to ensure the school's autonomy, they've been redirected." "Redirected to what?" "To a single point of control," Rowena said. "One person. The current headmaster." The torchlight seemed very bright suddenly. Harry was aware of the ring on his finger, warm and steady and patient. "Dumbledore," he said. Nobody confirmed it. Nobody needed to. "Tell me," Harry said, and his voice came out very level, which surprised him. "Tell me what you found." Rowena was the one who began. She spoke carefully, without drama, which was almost worse than if she'd been dramatic about it, the clinical precision of it, each point laid down like a brick in a wall that was becoming something Harry could see the shape of. The school's ancient wards had been designed to be collective, tied to all four founders' lines, requiring consensus to change at a deep architectural level. Sometime in the last 60 years, those collective ties had been methodically loosened, the magical governance structures of Hogwarts quietly rewritten to consolidate ultimate authority in the headmaster's position. The school's enchantment still functioned, the moving staircases moved, the portraits gossiped, the magic worked, but the bones of the place, the oldest binding structures, had been subtly redirected, so that the institution bent toward one will instead of being self-governing. It would have taken decades, Rowena said. Careful, incremental work. Someone deeply familiar with foundational magic. Someone with access, patience, and sufficient power. She paused. And someone utterly convinced it was the right thing to do. That last part is important, Helga said. She was looking at Harry with the careful attention of a healer reading symptoms. Whoever did this didn't do it for power in the way you'd expect, greedily, hungrily. They did it because they believed that centralized control was the safest arrangement. That the institution needed a single responsible guardian. She paused. That they were the right person to be that guardian. That sounds like Dumbledore, Harry said. It sounds exactly like Dumbledore, Godric said, and there was a fire in his voice now that he'd been keeping banked. A man who trusts himself so completely that he re-engineers the thing you built so he can run it better. Who doesn't destroy it, doesn't want to, genuinely loves it, probably, but needs to own it. His fist closed on the arm of his chair. The wood creaked. I built that school. I laid the first stone. And some man 1,000 years after my death has taken it apart and rebuilt it as a personal instrument, and he actually thinks, that's stewardship. It's not just the school, Helga said quietly. She was still looking at Harry. The quality of that look made something tighten in Harry's chest. Say it, he said. She held his gaze. The ring showed us what it could from the enchantments. School records, mostly, and the things the walls know, the school sees everything, Harry, that was always true. The walls of Hogwarts carry memory. She paused. You have been managed. Since you arrived here. Perhaps before. I know, Harry said. The word landed differently than he expected. Not with surprise or resistance, with a heaviness that told Helga it wasn't new information. Her eyes softened with something that was not quite pity and not quite anger, the particular emotional compound that occurs when you love someone and are furious on their behalf simultaneously. The prophecy, she said carefully. The way your information has been controlled. The things you were not told last year until it was too late. Sirius, Harry said. The name sat in the air. Yes, Helga said. And there it was. Harry had known it for months, known it the way you know a thing you haven't let yourself fully feel yet, because feeling it completely would mean something had to change and he didn't know what, and not knowing what to do had seemed safer than the alternative. Dumbledore had kept him in the dark. Deliberately, consistently, with what Dumbledore himself had admitted was a kind of love, as if love excused the engineering of ignorance. As if caring about someone gave you the right to manage them like a piece on a board. Sirius had gone to the Ministry because Harry had gone to the Ministry, and Harry had gone because Voldemort had shown him a vision, and Voldemort had been able to show him a vision because Dumbledore had not told him enough, soon enough, to defend himself. And Sirius had fallen through the veil and Harry had watched it happen, and Dumbledore had explained it afterward with such exhausted, genuine guilt that Harry had, what? Accepted it? Forgiven it? Or just not known what else to do? He breathed in through his nose, steadily, and out again. He thinks I'm a weapon, Harry said. No, Rowena said, and her precision made it something more than disagreement. That's not quite right either. A weapon is a tool you use without regard for its well-being. I think Dumbledore regards your well-being deeply. He also regards it as secondary to outcome. You are, she considered, choosing the exact right word the way she apparently did with everything, an investment. Something precious and purposeful. He protects you the way you protect something valuable, which is not the same as the way you protect something alive. The silence after that was absolute. Salazar was looking at Harry. Something in the Slytherin founder's sharp face had shifted into an expression Harry didn't have a name for yet, recognition, maybe, threaded through with something much older. I was someone's instrument once, Salazar said. The story they tell about me now, the villain, the blood purist, the man who ruined the school, some of that is me, but some of it is the shape of someone else's narrative. People write the history they need. He looked at the ring on Harry's hand. You are not a weapon and you are not an investment. You are the heir of this ring, which means you are the heir of this school, which means Hogwarts is yours. He said it the way you'd say something irrefutable. Not his. Not ours, not anymore. Yours. And that changes things considerably. Godric leaned back in his chair, and the fire in his eyes had settled from fury into something colder and more durable. We need to take stock, he said. Tonight we've had 20 minutes of clarity and 1,000 years of sleep, and there is a great deal we don't know yet. But here is what is already settled, as far as I am concerned, you are the rightful heir of this ring. You called us and we answered. And what we know of what has been done, to this school, to the people in it, to you, is sufficient for the position we have taken. Which position? Harry asked. Godric looked at the other three. Helga gave a small nod. Rowena's chin dipped precisely. Salazar looked at the floor for a moment and then back up, and something in his expression was very still and very decided. We are, Godric said, at war with Albus Dumbledore. Harry looked at him. Not physically, Helga added quickly, then reconsidered. Well. Not only physically. Not yet. What we mean is, we are done permitting it. The management of you, the ownership of the school, the quiet architecture of control that has been built here. We are the founders of this place, and this ring gives us authority that supersedes any headmaster's appointment. If Dumbledore wants to keep what he has built, and I believe he will fight for it, then yes. We are at war. He's also fighting Voldemort, Harry said. Because it was true and it mattered, and he wasn't willing to pretend it didn't. He's not the enemy. He's wrong about me. He's wrong about how he's handling it. But he's not, he can be fighting Voldemort and be wrong about you simultaneously, Rowena said. Those are not mutually exclusive. A man can do necessary things badly. He can work toward correct ends through indefensible means. The fact that he opposes Voldemort does not grant him the right to spend your life in the manner he has chosen. Harry sat with that. Outside, somewhere above the vast weight of stone and enchantment and history, the castle breathed in the way it always breathed at night, with the low, old warmth of a place that had been sheltering people for a very long time. He could feel it differently now, through the ring. Like a pulse. Like something recognizing his presence the way a dog recognizes a voice it has always known. This is mine, he thought, and the thought didn't feel like greed. It felt like a door opening. I have questions, he said. Probably several hundred questions. But the main one right now is what we actually do. Not eventually, right now, tonight. Tonight, Godric said, you go back to your dormitory and you sleep. Because you are 16 and you have been awake for, he glanced at the torches, at the quality of the light, some hours, and we have established only the beginning of what there is to establish, and it would be both strategically foolish and medically inadvisable to begin any kind of campaign on no rest. Harry almost laughed. You sound like Hermione. I sound like a military commander, Godric said, mildly offended. Those can overlap, Salazar said. Rowena stood, smoothing robes that didn't actually need smoothing, and began to walk the chamber's perimeter with her hands behind her back. Tomorrow, she said, without looking up from the floor, I want access to the library. Not the student section. The restricted section, and the parts that aren't on any public map. I need to see what has been removed and what has been added in the last 60 years. The architectural changes to the school's governance enchantments will have corresponding written records somewhere. Things like that require research, and researchers leave traces. I can get us into the restricted section, Harry said. How? Invisibility cloak. Rowena turned to look at him. Something moved across her face, quick and precise, like a calculation completing. The third Hallow, she said. Yes. You carry all three. The cloak's mine. The wand, the Elder Wand, Dumbledore has it. He paused. I think. There's the Resurrection Stone too, which I used it, once, and then I dropped it. In the Forbidden Forest. I don't know where it is now. Rowena looked at Salazar. Salazar looked at Helga. Something passed between them that was louder than anything any of them said aloud. One thing at a time, Helga said firmly, in the voice of someone who has spent a very long time being the person who stops everyone from getting ahead of themselves. Godric stood too, rolling his shoulder in a gesture that was purely physical muscle memory from a body he no longer technically had. Tomorrow night, he said to Harry. Same time. Can you be here? Yes. Good. He looked at the ring. You may find that as you wear it, the connection deepens. You will hear us, not always words, but impressions. It's manageable. Don't let it distract you in public. Don't take it off. What happens if I take it off? We go back to sleep, Salazar said simply. And neither you nor we want that right now. Harry looked down at the ring. Dark metal, shadow stone, the weight that wasn't a weight. On the inner face, the Hallows symbols. On the other, a script that Rowena had told him was older than the school, older than the founders themselves, laid down by Merlin's hand for a specific person on a specific eventual night. He wondered, briefly, what it must have been like for Merlin, to see something coming, centuries away, and to make a thing to answer it, and to leave it in the dark in hope. That particular loneliness. That particular faith. He closed his hand around it. All right, Harry said. He stood, brushed the chamber dust from his robes, and picked up his wand. He looked at each of them in turn, Godric with his warrior's stillness, Helga with her warm, grave attention, Rowena with her sharp and genuine interest, Salazar with his careful, testing gaze. Thank you, he said. For answering. We didn't have a choice, Salazar said. Then, but we would have come anyway. Harry walked back through the chamber toward the pipe, and the torches followed him in a wave, not dying as he passed but shifting, the light tracking him through the dark like a guard of honor made of fire. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He could feel them. All four. The ring on his hand warm as a living thing, steady as a compass, and pointed at something he hadn't had a name for until tonight. He climbed the pipe, and the castle received him back like a thing that knew exactly who he was, and above him the 6th year of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry settled into the deep middle hours of the night, oblivious and dreaming, with no idea at all that everything had just changed. Chapter 2, What They Find. Harry slept badly and woke early, which was not unusual, and lay in the dark of his four-poster listening to Ron snore with the deep conviction of someone who had never once in his life had a problem he couldn't sleep through. The ring was warm on his finger. Not uncomfortably, it was more like the warmth of a held hand, present and consistent, and when Harry lay very still and let himself pay attention to it, he could feel the edge of something underneath the sensation. Not words. Not images. Just awareness, a low hum of four minds that were not his own, present and patient at the periphery of his consciousness. He had expected it to feel strange. It didn't feel strange. It felt, if he was being completely honest with himself in the privacy of 4 a.m, like the least alone he had felt in years. He got up before Ron stirred, dressed quietly, and made it to the bathroom and back without waking anyone. In the mirror above the sink he looked at himself the way he rarely did, not the quick, functional check of someone making sure his hair wasn't doing anything actively alarming, but actually looking, the way you'd look at something you were trying to understand. Same round face. Same glasses. Same scar. He looked like someone's weapon. He turned away from the mirror and went down to breakfast. The Great Hall at 6:30 was a different place than the Great Hall at any other time of day. The enchanted ceiling showed the particular grey pink of a November sky finding itself, and the handful of students already present had the hollow-eyed, separately inhabited quality of people who had gotten up before their brains had agreed to participate. Harry took the end of the Gryffindor table, poured himself coffee that was too hot, and sat with it cooling between his hands. He was thinking about architecture. Not the physical kind, the magical kind that Rowena had described last night in the chamber, the careful dismantling of collective governance that had been Hogwarts' original design. He was thinking about how you'd do it. Not because he wanted to, but because understanding the method told you something about the mind behind it. Slow, incremental change. 60 years, maybe more. That meant it had started before Dumbledore was even headmaster, which meant, what? That he'd been working toward it even then. Or that he'd started from a position of genuine stewardship and gradually, justifiably, to his own mind, tightened his grip as situations demanded it. The second one was almost worse. The first was ambition. The second was certainty. And certainty in a man as capable as Albus Dumbledore was the most dangerous thing Harry could imagine. He doesn't think he's doing anything wrong, Harry thought. He never has. The ring pulsed once, gently, and Harry felt, not words, but the distinct impression of Rowena's attention, sharp and focused, like a nod of agreement. He took a sip of coffee. Hermione arrived at 6:45 with a stack of books and the expression of someone who had already had 2 thoughts before breakfast that needed to be written down immediately. She sat across from Harry, noticed his face, and said, "You didn't sleep properly," with the accuracy of someone who had been making that assessment since first year. "I'm fine," Harry said. "That's not what I asked." "I know." He looked at her. Hermione, with her brown eyes and her relentless care and her absolute, foundational trust in the institutions she had grown up respecting, Hogwarts, the Ministry, and above all Albus Dumbledore. He thought about what the Founders had found in the school's enchantments. He thought about what Rowena would say if she were sitting at this table right now, and what she would make of Hermione, and suspected it would be something between approval and impatience. He needed to tell her. But not yet. Not without more. "I found something last night," he said. Hermione's eyes dropped immediately to the ring. She was trained to notice things, which was both her greatest gift and occasionally his greatest logistical problem. "That's new," she said. "What is it?" "That's what I'm figuring out." "Harry, I'm not in danger," he said. "I'm not cursed, I'm not being controlled, I feel fine. I just need to do some research before I explain it properly, because if I explain it now I'll explain it badly and then you'll argue with the bad explanation instead of the real one." Hermione stared at him for a moment. Then, "That's actually the most self-aware thing you've ever said." "I've been working on it." She looked at the ring for another moment with the focused intensity of someone running rapid assessments, then visibly made the decision to trust him and turn to her books, which cost her something, Harry could tell. He appreciated it more than he said. Ron arrived at 7, sat down, built a plate of food with the architectural ambition of a man constructing a monument, and said, without looking up, "You've got the face you get when you know something we don't." "I've got a face," Harry said. "Yeah. Sort of," quietly decided. "Like just before you do something that ends up in the Prophet." Ron glanced at him, then at the ring. "New jewelry?" "I'll explain later." "Right," Ron said, and went back to his monument. This was one of the things Harry genuinely loved about Ron. The man had an instinct for when to push and when to leave space, and he deployed the second one with the casual grace of someone who had grown up in a large family and learned early that sometimes people needed to get there on their own. The morning passed. Double transfiguration with McGonagall, who set them a complicated task involving partial human-to-animal transformations that Harry managed adequately and Hermione managed perfectly and Ron managed in a way that resulted in his left hand briefly becoming a hoof, which McGonagall corrected with the precisely measured patience of someone who had been dealing with exactly this category of problem for 40 years. Then History of Magic, which Harry spent staring at the back of Neville's head and thinking about Helga Hufflepuff, who had sat in the chamber last night with grief in her face and warmth in her voice, and what she would make of the way her students were being taught the history of the world she'd helped build. Nothing, he suspected. Nothing kind. At lunch he excused himself early, telling Hermione and Ron he had an errand, and made it to the third-floor corridor before he stopped walking and stood still and said, very quietly, "Rowena." The response was immediate. Not a voice, an intensification of the ring's warmth, a sense of presence sharpening at the edge of his consciousness, the particular quality of a very precise mind coming to full attention. "I need you to be visible," Harry said quietly, feeling slightly absurd about talking to his own hand in a corridor, but willing to work through the absurdity. "Can you do that? Just to me?" A shimmer in the air beside him, and Rowena Ravenclaw was there, translucent but detailed, as if seen through very clean glass, her sharp features and iron-gray hair and those eyes that didn't waste time on anything that wasn't worth thinking about. She looked at the corridor around her with the expression of someone noting the quality of the stonework. "Third floor," she said. "The corridor with the trick stairs at the east end. You know the school's layout. Every stone of it." She looked at him. "You want to discuss today's plan?" "I want to discuss last night. More specifically," he lowered his voice further as a pair of second years walked past, not seeing Rowena at all, "I want to understand what you found in the enchantments." "Precisely." She was quiet for a moment, in the way of someone deciding how much precision the other person can absorb right now. "Walk," she said. "It's easier while moving." He walked. She moved beside him in the way that presences move, without the physical logistics of a body, the floor happening beneath her rather than being pressed against. "The school was designed with 5 governing enchantment structures," she said. "Call them pillars. The first governs physical wards, what comes in, what goes out. The second governs the school's intelligence, the portraits, the castle's awareness, the things it records. The third governs authority structures, who can do what, and how that is determined. The fourth governs what you might call the school's loyalty, where the deepest magical weight of the place is anchored. And the fifth governs the inheritance of all 4, how those structures pass and change. And they've been changed. Pillars 3 and 4 have been substantially altered. Pillar 2 has been redirected, the castle's memory and awareness are no longer neutrally recorded. They are filtered. Certain things the school sees and knows are channeled to the headmaster's office." Harry stopped walking. "The school is watching us," he said. "The school has always watched everything. What has changed is where that watching reports. The original design had the castle's intelligence as a kind of communal record, accessible to all 4 founding lines through the ring. That is still there, which is why we were able to see what we saw last night. But there is now a secondary channel, layered over the original, that routes specific categories of information to the headmaster." "What categories?" "Unauthorized movement. Use of unusual magic. Conversations in private spaces." She paused. "Student behavior patterns the castle's enchantments flag as significant." Harry thought about 3 weeks of late-night trips to the chamber. He thought about the ring, found and worn, and the chamber's torches and the presence he must have emanated that the school's enchantments would have registered as extraordinary. "Dumbledore knows," he said. "Almost certainly something. Not everything, the original channel, the founding one, takes precedence in certain areas, and the chamber specifically was Salazar's domain. The secondary channel would have difficulty reading clearly down there. But the approach through the school, yes. He likely knows something unusual has been happening. Why hasn't he said anything?" Rowena looked at him with a patience that was not unkind. Because he is waiting for you to bring it to him, she said. Because that is his method, to know more than he says, to wait for you to arrive at his door, and then to manage the conversation from that position of prior knowledge. He has been doing it your entire time at this school. He watches. He waits. He steers. The bell rang. Lunch was ending. Harry started walking again, faster, and Rowena kept pace without any apparent effort. Tonight, he said. Library, restricted section. You said you wanted to check for records of the enchantment changes. Yes. But I also want access to the headmaster's historical correspondence archive. There will be physical records in the school, the founders' administrative chambers, the ones that haven't been opened in centuries. A headmaster cannot restructure founding enchantments without leaving a physical magical trace. It requires ceremony, not just intent. There will be evidence. Where are the founders' administrative chambers? She told him, and the location she described was one he'd walked past hundreds of times without ever knowing it was there, behind a wall on the 7th floor that presented as unbroken stone to anyone who didn't know what to ask it. Ask it in Latin, she said. The old dialect, not the cleaned-up version. I'll give you the phrase tonight. Why not now? Because you have potions in 4 minutes and you need to get to the dungeon without running, and because if you try to memorize a 7-word Latin phrase while thinking about everything else you're thinking about, you will get at least 3 words wrong. She was gone before he could argue, the shimmer of her presence folding back into the warmth of the ring, and Harry redirected his feet toward the dungeon stairs and thought that Rowena Ravenclaw was genuinely terrifying in the way that only extraordinarily capable people are terrifying, not because they're cruel, but because they're simply correct about everything, consistently, before you've even finished having the thought yourself. Potions with Slughorn was survivable, barely, because Slughorn had a preference for Harry that had nothing to do with Harry and everything to do with the name and the scar and the reflected glory of association, and Harry had long since made a private peace with using that preference when it was convenient. He brewed a passable draught of living death, accepted Slughorn's effusive praise with the expression of someone receiving something mildly warm rather than uncomfortably hot, and spent the last 20 minutes of class thinking about Pillar 4. Where the deepest magical weight of the place is anchored. If that had been redirected toward Dumbledore, not toward the founding lines, not toward the school itself as an independent entity, but toward the headmaster, then what did that mean in practical terms? What could you do with that kind of loyalty? What did a building owe you when its deepest enchantments were oriented toward you? He got out of potions and found Ron waiting in the corridor. Hermione's gone to ancient runes, Ron said, falling into step beside him. Which means you can tell me without getting a lecture first. Harry glanced around the corridor. A few students in clusters, nobody close. He lifted his right hand and showed Ron the ring. Ron looked at it. Okay, he said. I found it in the Chamber of Secrets. Ron's eyebrows went up. Right, he said again, slower. It's called the Peverell-Merlin ring. When I put it on, it summoned the founders. All 4 of them. They're bound to it. I can hear them and they can become visible if they choose. They've been, he low said his voice, they've been looking at the school's enchantments. And they found that Dumbledore has been slowly restructuring the school's governing magic to give himself centralized control. 4 decades. Ron walked beside him in silence for 5 full seconds. This was the Ron Weasley silence of someone who had absorbed a significant piece of information and was processing it honestly rather than reactively, which was one of the things that made Ron genuinely valuable in a crisis. The founders, Ron said. Like, Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Yes. Godric Gryffindor. Yes. Is he, big? Red hair going gray. Armor with actual dents in it. Absolutely furious about what's been done to the school. Ron seemed to quietly celebrate something internally. I knew it, he said. The Sorting Hat keeps singing about unity and then we've had like 5 Slytherin is evil incidents per year for as long as I can remember. Something was off. Salazar Slytherin's not what the story makes him. Figured, Ron said. History of magic's taught by a ghost who reads from notes. I don't trust the curriculum. Harry almost laughed, properly, for the first time since the chamber. I need to do some things tonight that you'd normally call reckless. Are the Founders involved? Yes. Then I'm in, Ron said simply. What do you need? That evening, after dinner, while Hermione was deep in the arithmancy problem she'd been wrestling with for 3 days and the common room had settled into its post-dinner torpor of half-finished homework and exploding snap, Harry slipped out under the invisibility cloak with the ring warm on his finger and Ron's willingness to run interference if needed behind him like a safety net. He went to the 7th floor first. The stretch of corridor near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy was familiar from years of DA meetings in the room of requirement, but he'd never paid close attention to the wall opposite it. Now he stood in front of it, invisible, wand hand free, and looked at it properly, letting the ring's awareness extend the way Rowena had showed him last night was possible, feeling for the structure of the stone. There. A seam, invisible to the eye, running in a rectangle that was slightly too regular for natural stonework. The wall knew there was a door here. The door knew there was someone outside it who had the right to ask. Rowena's phrase was 7 words and ancient in the way that made modern Latin feel like a translation. He said it quietly, and felt the wrongness of his accent somewhere in the ring's attention, a slight correction, a nudge, and he said it again, and the wall opened. Not dramatically. It just receded, a stone rectangle swinging inward with the easy confidence of a door that has been waiting for a very long time and is not at all surprised to finally be needed. Harry stepped inside. The room beyond was not large. It felt more like a thinking space than a working one, a round table in dark wood, 4 chairs, a fireplace that lit itself when he entered, and the light it cast was different from torchlight, older, tinted with something that wasn't quite color, and 4 small alcoves in the wall, each containing objects whose significance he could feel through the ring without being told. Above the fireplace, a single word carved in the same ancient script from the ring's inner face. He pulled off the invisibility cloak and stood in the firelight. All 4 came visible at once, and for a moment the room contained Harry and the 4 of them and the firelight and nothing else, and it was the most densely alive space he had ever occupied. Godric looked at the room with a kind of painful recognition. He moved to one of the chairs and put his hand on it, or appeared to, the gesture half physical, and his face did something complicated and private that Harry looked away from, to give him the moment. Helga went straight to the alcoves. She stood before each in turn, reading whatever the objects told her, her expression moving through something Harry could only describe as grief doing the work of assessment, not drowning in feeling, but not pretending the feeling wasn't there either. At the 4th alcove she stopped and said nothing for a while. Salazar stood in the center of the room and turned slowly, taking in every surface, and his face was entirely still in the way of someone who has very carefully constructed stillness as a habit. This room has been sealed since, he said. Since you left, Godric said. Salazar stopped turning. Nobody's been in here, Godric said. Not cruelly, just factually. After you left. I couldn't come here without wanting to, he stopped. And then I was gone, and it's been sealed ever since. Salazar stood very still. Then he said, I should not have left the way I did. No, Godric said. You shouldn't have. I said things, yes, you did. A beat. 2 men who had built something together and then destroyed the collaboration in a single catastrophic argument, looking at the physical evidence of everything they'd made before it went wrong. We have other business, Rowena said, with the authority of someone who has been watching emotional conversations nearly go sideways for centuries and knows exactly when to intervene. She was already at the table, her focus redirected to a stack of documents in one of the alcoves that she'd clearly identified as significant. Except they weren't documents, they were embedded in the room itself, the walls carrying the records in that way that the oldest magical spaces stored things, not on paper but in the stone's memory, and Rowena was reading the stone the way other people read pages. Show me, Harry said, pulling out the chair nearest her and sitting. She turned to the wall, placed her hand flat against it, the gesture had a different quality than a human's touch, a presence reaching through stone, and the room around them shifted. Not physically, the furniture stayed fixed, but the air filled with an impression, half visual and half felt, of moving through the school's history. Decades of it, compressed and readable to someone who knew what they were looking for. "Watch," Rowena said. The impressions moved like very old photographs developing in fast forward, and what emerged had no single dramatic moment, no scene of Dumbledore standing over an open grimoire pronouncing nefarious curses. It was slower and more mundane and somehow more disturbing for that. A series of small adjustments. An administrative decision in 1948, just after Dumbledore's appointment as Transfiguration Professor, that subtly expanded the headmaster's prerogative over student monitoring. Another in 1956. A substantial restructuring in 1970, after Dumbledore had been headmaster for 5 years and the pattern was well established. "He didn't do it all at once," Helga said. "He never does anything all at once." "Because anything done all at once leaves an obvious scar," Rowena said. "These are elegant changes. Each individually justifiable." The monitoring expansion in 1948 was in response to 3 genuine security incidents. The authority restructuring in 1970 came after the first stirrings of Voldemort's movement. He had a reason, each time. A real reason. "That's what I mean," Helga said. "He doesn't do wrong things. He does right things slightly too far. Until the distance from where he started to where he is now is enormous, and no single step was dramatic enough to stop," Rowena finished. "The pillar for change," Harry said. "The loyalty anchor." "When?" Rowena moved through the impressions. Stopped. 1981. The year hit Harry like cold water. "After Voldemort's fall," Rowena said, her voice carefully even. "After the prophecy had its first resolution. After, Harry, this is the significant one. The anchoring of the school's deepest magical loyalty toward the headmaster rather than the founding lines was completed in November of 1981. 1 month after your parents died and you were brought to Hogwarts for the first time. Nobody said anything. Harry sat with it. November 1981, when Dumbledore had been dealing with the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat, when the wizarding world had been erupting in celebration, when a baby had been left on a doorstep in Surrey. When Dumbledore had apparently also taken the time, the careful, unhurried time, to complete the most fundamental restructuring of Hogwarts' governing enchantments. Because he'd known Harry was coming back. Because he'd needed the school to be his when the boy arrived. He was preparing, Harry said. He was consolidating, Rowena said. There is a difference in intention but not in result. Godric, who had been standing very still by the fireplace, spoke. What does it take to reverse it? The founding authority, Rowena said. Which means the ring, which means Harry, which means we can, yes, we can undo it. The original enchantment structures are still there, underneath. They were buried, not destroyed. We can restore them. How long? For a complete reversal? 3 sessions, perhaps 4. For enough reversal to meaningfully shift the school's orientation, to make Hogwarts aware of Harry as its heir rather than Dumbledore as its governor, 1 session, here, in this room. Tonight? Harry said. Tonight, she confirmed. He looked at Godric. Godric looked at him. Neither of them said "Are you sure?" because neither of them was that kind of person, which was either a tremendous advantage or a source of regular chaos and was usually both. Do it, Harry said. The next 2 hours were the most magically intense of Harry's life, and that was including the Triwizard Tournament, the Ministry Battle, and the graveyard. Not because anything exploded, nothing exploded. The work Rowena directed was quiet, subtle, and absolutely monumental in the way that only foundational magic is, the kind where the magnitude of what's happening is entirely invisible to the eye and entirely legible to the body. Harry sat in the center of the round table with the ring on his hand and his wand laid flat on the wood in front of him, and Rowena stood at the wall and spoke in a continuous low voice, the old Latin, older than any curriculum, the language of the school's bones, and Harry felt the ring transmit. That was the only word for it. He was the channel. The founding authority lived in the ring, lived in him by extension, and what Rowena was doing was asking the school to recognize that authority, to acknowledge what it had been before the secondary layers were added. Hogwarts argued, briefly, in the way of a thing that has been arranged one way for a long time and experiences rearrangement as resistance rather than opposition. The warmth in the ring spiked into something more intense, and Harry felt Godric's presence steady him on one side and Helga's on the other, and Salazar, who had built the chamber beneath them and whose relationship with this school was longer and more complicated than any of the others, said one thing, once, in Parseltongue, directly into the school's ancient awareness. Harry didn't hear it as words. He felt it as a key turning in a lock that had been jammed for decades. Then it released. The shift, when it came, was entirely internal to the school's enchantments and entirely invisible to the naked eye, but Harry felt it go through the floor under his feet like a slow wave, Hogwarts acknowledging him, the deep old magic of the place orienting toward his presence the way a compass orients toward north. Not obedience. Not servitude. Something much more mutual than that. Recognition. The school knew who he was. Not Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the name in the newspapers. It knew him the way it would have known any founder's heir, as someone with a claim. As someone with authority that predated every appointment, every reform, every careful restructuring. As someone who belonged here. He sat for a while after Rowena finished, breathing and not talking, just feeling the school around him differently. Helga sat beside him and didn't press, which was the kindest thing she could have done. Eventually she put a hand on the table near his and said, very quietly, "How do you feel?" "Like the floor is on my side," Harry said. She smiled, and it was the first real smile he'd seen from her, the professional warmth dropping into something genuine and slightly surprised by its own warmth. "That is precisely correct." "Dumbledore will notice," Rowena said, still by the wall. "Tomorrow?" Harry asked. "Possibly tonight. More likely tomorrow. When he sits in the headmaster's chair and the school no longer looks to him the way it did yesterday, there will be a qualitative difference he will register. He may not understand it immediately. But he will notice something has shifted." "Good," Godric said, and the word was a door opening rather than a door closing. "What do we do when he comes to me about it?" Harry asked. "He won't come to you right away," Salazar said. "He'll investigate first. He'll look for an explanation that doesn't require him to confront you directly, because confronting you directly means acknowledging that you have done something significant without his knowledge or permission, which requires him to think of you as an independent actor rather than a managed one. That will take him time." "How much time?" "A day. 2, perhaps. He's very intelligent, which means he'll find the right answer faster than most people would, but he'll also consider more alternatives first, which will slow him down." Salazar looked at Harry. "Use the time." "To do what?" "To decide what you want to be when he finally does come to you." He said it with quiet precision, no performance in it. Because the moment he understands what has happened, he will try to explain it, contextualize it, subsume it into a narrative he controls. He will be kind about it. He will be concerned about it. And he will be fully prepared to use his authority as your headmaster, your legal guardian figure, the leader of the order, and the man who believes he holds the key to Voldemort's defeat as leverage in the conversation. He will have all of those things ready when you meet. A pause. You need to know what you are before that meeting. Not what you'll do. What you are. The fire in the grate had burned low. Outside in the corridor, the castle was quiet and late and entirely different from how it had been yesterday, and Harry sat in the founder's private chamber with the ring warm and present on his hand and thought about Salazar's question. What are you? Not the chosen one. Not the boy who lived. Not a weapon or an investment or a sacrifice being carefully tended for a moment someone else had planned. He looked at the ring. He looked at the 4 of them, Godric and his fury made into loyalty, Helga and her warmth with iron running through it, Rowena with her precise and genuine respect, Salazar with his complicated, careful truth-telling. "I'm the heir of this school," Harry said. "Yes," said all four of them, in four different voices, at the same moment. He picked up his wand and his invisibility cloak and stood. "Then I need to start acting like it." He left the Founders' chamber with the ring humming steadily on his hand and the school knowing his footsteps, and the corridors of Hogwarts carried him back to Gryffindor Tower through the dark with something that felt extremely close to an escort. Above him, in his circular office, Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk with Fawkes asleep on the perch and his hands folded and his eyes open in the firelight, and something in the great old building around him had changed in a way he could feel but not yet explain, and for the first time in a very long time, the most powerful wizard in Britain sat with a problem he had not anticipated. He didn't show it. He never did. But he sat there for a long time after midnight, and the school no longer answered him quite the same way it had that morning. Chapter 3, The Heir Moves. The owl arrived at breakfast. Not an unusual owl, not a ministry bird or a Hogwarts internal note, which would have come by hand. This was a large, pale barn owl Harry had never seen before, and it landed in front of him with the decisive manner of a creature that had been told exactly where to go and had opinions about the efficiency of its own navigation. It dropped a scroll on Harry's plate, ignored the bacon he offered as payment, and left. The scroll was sealed with black wax pressed with a symbol Harry recognized from the ring, not the Hallows mark, the other one. The older script. He broke the seal before Hermione could ask about it, unrolled the parchment, and read 4 lines in a handwriting so precise it looked architectural. The Potter family vault at Gringotts has been under administrative hold for 11 years. The hold was placed by a third-party authority with no direct blood claim. The Peverell vault has been sealed since 1981. Both are accessible to the ring-bearer. Harry re-rolled the scroll and put it in his pocket without changing his expression. "Who's that from?" Hermione asked. "Research contact," Harry said, which was true enough. Ron looked up from his eggs. His eyes went to Harry's face, then to the pocket where the scroll had gone, then back to his eggs. His expression said "tell me later" without his mouth moving, which was one of Ron's genuinely excellent qualities. Harry drank his coffee and thought about 11 years. The hold placed when he was 5, by someone with no blood claim. The Peverell vault sealed the same month his parents died. He thought about the school around him, which knew his footsteps now in a way it hadn't 2 days ago, the faint, consistent warmth under his feet when he walked the corridors, like the stone was paying attention. The Founders' chamber last night, and Hogwarts shifting on its axis while he sat at the center of it. He thought about what Salazar had said. "You need to know what you are before that meeting." The ring pulsed once. Steady. Present. He had a free period before lunch, a double charms lesson after, and Quidditch practice at 4. He was going to Gringotts. Getting out of school during term was not technically permitted for 6th years without express permission from a head of house or the headmaster, both of which he was specifically not going to ask for. Harry had, however, been navigating Hogwarts rules with creative lateral thinking since first year, and the solution presented itself with reasonable efficiency: the passage under the one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor, which he'd used in 3rd year and which still worked perfectly, depositing him via a tunnel into Honeyduk's cellar in Hogsmeade. From Hogsmeade, a fluke connection in the 3 broomsticks to Diagon Alley was straightforward. He went under the invisibility cloak, moved through the corridor with the particular quiet of someone who had been doing this kind of thing since age 13, and was in the tunnel within 4 minutes. The ring was warm the whole way, which he'd stopped interpreting as a sign of danger and started interpreting as a sign of company. He wasn't alone in the dark tunnel. He was never alone, anymore, and that was a truth he was still getting used to in the specific way you get used to warmth after being cold for a very long time, by sometimes forgetting it's there and then being startled by it all over again. He surfaced in the cellar of Honeyduk's, let himself out through the back, and was in Hogsmeade in the thin November morning air, grey sky and cobblestones, the village quiet on a Wednesday at 9 in the morning. He kept the cloak on until he reached the 3 broomsticks, stepped inside, found the flue with no one watching, said Diagon Alley with a handful of powder, and arrived in the leaky cauldron in a shower of green flame and ash. Diagon Alley in November had the particular atmosphere of a street that is carrying more anxiety than it's designed for, shops with fewer customers than they should have, people moving with purpose rather than leisure, glances exchanged between strangers that were about assessment rather than recognition. The war was not yet fully declared, but it was present in the way weather is present before rain, and the alley felt it. Gringotts at 9 in the morning was busy with the particular efficiency of goblins who have no patience for anything except the precise function of their institution. Harry walked in, pushed his hood back, and went to the nearest available teller, a goblin with an expression of professional non-reaction that shifted, very subtly, when it saw the ring. Just the eyes. A fractional sharpening, the kind of thing you'd miss if you weren't watching for it. Harry was watching. "Harry Potter," he said. "I'm here regarding the Potter family vault and the Peverell vault. I believe there's an administrative hold on the first that needs to be discussed." The goblin looked at the ring. Then at Harry. Then, with the careful deliberateness of someone following a very old protocol that they had not expected to invoke in their professional lifetime, it said, "One moment, Mr. Potter," and was gone before Harry could respond. He waited. The banking floor moved around him, other goblins, other customers, the faint sound of carts on tracks far below. After approximately 4 minutes, the first goblin returned with a second one, older, with a more complex arrangement of chains and insignia that suggested seniority. "Ragnarok," the older goblin said, by way of introduction. "Senior account manager. If you'll follow me." The office Ragnarok led him to was quieter than the main floor and furnished in a way that suggested the goblins understood the function of intimidating humans with the visual vocabulary of authority: dark wood, low lighting, a desk that was slightly too high for comfortable human conversation. Harry sat in the chair across from it without feeling intimidated, which he noted with some private satisfaction. "The Peverell-Merlin ring," Ragnarok said, looking at Harry's hand. "Yes. You understand what that means, in terms of Gringotts protocols?" "I'm starting to," Harry said. "Tell me the rest." Ragnarok opened a ledger that looked older than the building. "Gringotts has held the Peverell vault in sealed status since November 1981, pending the emergence of a verified heir-bearer. The ring is the verification. The vault is yours, Mr. Potter, and has been accumulating since the day it was sealed." He turned a page. "The Potter family vault is a separate matter. The administrative hold placed on it in 1985 was authorized by," he paused, and there was something in the pause that was not quite discomfort but was a goblin's equivalent of professional delicacy, "by a third party acting under a general magical guardianship instrument." "Who?" Harry said. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." The name lay on the desk between them like something that had been put down carefully. "What does the hold do?" Harry said, evenly. "It restricts access to vault contents and financial records to the account holder, yourself, but it also restricts notification of the vault's activities to the third party. Essentially, any significant financial event associated with your vault has been reported to Dumbledore's office since 1985. Ragnarok said this with the flat professionalism of someone presenting facts rather than judgments, but his eyes were entirely level on Harry's. "Including the initial Hogwarts School Fund drawdown in 1991. Including several significant transactions we would normally have flagged for a minor's legal guardian. He has been receiving quarterly reports. He knows everything I've spent," Harry said. "He has known, yes. Since you were 5 years old." Harry sat with this for a moment. Not with surprise, he'd moved past being surprised by the depth of Dumbledore's management somewhere around midnight last night. He sat with it the way you sit with the specifics of a thing you already knew in general, the particular weight of detail. "Remove the hold," Harry said. Ragnarok's expression did something very small. Satisfaction, possibly, though goblin satisfaction was a subtle art. "With the ring as verification, you have full authority to do so. I'll need a signature and the ring's impression in the wax. The hold will be dissolved as of today." "Good. I also want to see the Peverell vault. Of course. And one more thing, Mr. Potter, which I am obligated by the protocols associated with that ring to disclose. Ragnarok set down a separate document, older than the ledger, the parchment thick and formal. The Peverell-Merlin ring carries with it a designation under very old wizarding law that predates the ministry, predates the Wisengamot, predates most of what the current government considers foundational. Under that law, the ring-bearer is designated heir paramount of the Hogwarts founding compact. It is a legal status as much as a magical one. What does that mean, in practice? It means, Ragnarok said, with the careful clarity of someone who has waited a long time to say something and is taking proper care with the saying of it, that your authority over Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and its associated properties, assets, and governing structures supersedes that of any appointed headmaster. And Gringotts, being older than the ministry and not subject to its recent restructuring of magical law, recognizes it. Harry looked at the document. Then at the ring. Then at Ragnarok. Good, he said, for the second time that morning, and picked up the quill. The Peverell vault was 3 levels below the main floor, which was already deep, and it arrived at the end of a cart ride that went sideways, looping, and briefly upside down in ways that Harry no longer found remarkable after 6 years of the same architecture. The vault door was larger than the Potter vault and older, the metal of it black-green with genuine age rather than decorative effect, and when the ring came near it the door opened without a key, without a dragon, without any of the usual Gringotts security theater. It simply recognized the ring and stood aside. What was inside was not a mountain of gold, though there was substantial gold. What caught Harry's attention were the shelves, floor to ceiling. The vault was lined with shelves, and on the shelves were things that had clearly been collected over generations by people who understood the difference between valuable and significant. Books, many of them. Objects he couldn't immediately identify. Correspondence sealed and organized. Tools, some of them recognizably magical, others less so. And on one shelf, set apart, for items that the ring recognized before Harry's eyes did, objects that carried the same founding magic signature as the chamber last night, the same deep old warmth. One was a sword. Not Gryffindor's sword, he knew that one. A different sword, shorter, with runes down the blade that Rowena would want to examine. One was a small cauldron, silver dark, that Helga's presence in the ring sharpened toward with sudden focus. One was a book, the oldest thing in the vault, its cover material something that was definitely not conventional parchment or leather, bound with a clasp that was a physical analog of the ring's Hallows symbols. And one was a cloak, not his cloak, but related, some ancestral version with a weight to it that was familiar from years of wearing its descendant. He stood in the vault for a long moment and felt the ring take it all in. This, he understood, is what Merlin was keeping safe. He took the book. He took the sword. He left the rest for now, because he could come back, and because carrying an ancient sword through Diagon Alley and back up a smuggling tunnel into a school he wasn't supposed to have left was the kind of thing that benefited from planning he didn't currently have time for. He could shrink and pocket the book. The sword would wait. He was back in Hogwarts in time for charms. Flitwick's lesson was on Protean charms, which Harry had already been applying in practice since Hermione had used them for the DA coins. He demonstrated when called upon, received the small professor's genuine delight with honest pleasure. He actually liked Flitwick, always had, in the way you like people who love their subject more than they love being impressive about it, and spent the rest of the lesson with the shrunken Peverell book in his pocket and Rowena's presence at the edge of his consciousness, steady and interested. After class, he told Hermione he needed to talk to her and Ron together, and her face did the thing it did when she'd been waiting for exactly that sentence. They found a corner of the library after dinner, away from the usual student clusters, tucked behind magical theory and the lesser-traveled section on arithmetic history. Harry put a muffliato on the air around them, the half-blood prince's charm, which still had the faint guilty aftertaste it always had when he used it, and looked at his 2 best friends across the table. Ron already knew the summary. He'd been patient about it all day with the particular patience of someone who has had to wait to know the end of a story they'd already been given the beginning of. Hermione had the expression of someone who has been noticing small things and is ready, finally, to have them explain themselves. Harry told them everything. All of it, from beginning to tonight's Gringotts trip. He didn't soften the Dumbledore part. He didn't contextualize or add caveats or preempt their reaction by moderating his own. He said it the way it was, what the Founders had found, what the enchantments showed, what 1981 meant, and what Ragnarok had told him an administrative hold looked like from the inside. Hermione didn't say anything for a very long time after he finished. Ron said, 11 years. Yeah. He's been getting reports on your vault since you were 5. Yeah. Ron rubbed his face with both hands. His expression was going through something complicated, loyalty, anger, the particular grief of someone who has grown up in a family that has given significant quantities of its love and trust to an institution that maybe didn't deserve all of it. My mum writes him letters, he said. About you. About how you're doing. She sends them regularly. He put his hands down. I didn't know that until 5th year and I thought it was just, she's like that, you know, she worries, and Dumbledore was someone to tell, Ron, Harry said. I know, Ron said. He looked at the table. I know. Hermione had been very still. Now she said, you can't just conclude that he's been deliberately manipulating you. Harry looked at her. Hermione, I'm not defending him. Her voice was tight and careful. I'm saying that quarterly vault reports and administrative holds on the finances of an orphan with no surviving family are things that could be explained as genuine guardianship. That the school's enchantment changes could be responses to real security needs. That, she stopped. She looked at her hands on the table. I'm saying I need more. I know you do, Harry said. That's why I told you. What do you mean? I mean I need your brain on this. Not to tell me I'm wrong. To make sure that when I'm right, it's right in a way I can prove, not just a way I can feel. He looked at her steadily. Rowena's been in the school's records. There are documents in the Founders' Chamber, the school's memory. You could access them. Properly research what's been changed and when and why. You're better at that than anyone alive. Hermione sat with this for a moment. He could see her working through it, the tension between her institutional faith and her empirical instincts, the genuine love she had for Dumbledore as a figure and the genuine love she had for evidence as a principle. Evidence was going to win. It always did, with Hermione. The question was how much it would cost her. How do I get into the Founders' Chamber, she asked. Harry told her the phrase. Her lips moved as she memorized it, and he could see her Latin instincts kicking in, the slight adjustment she made to the pronunciation that was actually correct. Rowena is going to love her, Godric said, in Harry's mind, with the warmth of someone who has been listening. Harry thought back, privately, don't you dare let her know you said that. The pulse of dry amusement he got in response from Salazar's direction was completely unexpected and made him almost smile at a moment that hadn't had much smile material in it, which he appreciated more than he could easily explain. Quidditch practice at 4 had already happened. Harry had flown for 90 minutes in the cold November air, and the cold and the speed and the total physicality of it had done what flying always did, which was clear his head with the specific efficiency of altitude. Up there, the ring was warm and the thoughts were simple and he was just someone moving through gray air on a broomstick, which was the cleanest version of himself he knew. He'd flown harder than usual. The team had noticed but said nothing, which was the Quidditch team's version of emotional sensitivity. They all flew harder when something was going on, it was basically the team's therapeutic language. Now, after dinner, after the library, after everything, Harry was in the Founders' Chamber again. Tonight it was just Rowena and Salazar with him. Godric and Helga were present in the ring. He'd learned to feel the difference between a presence that was listening and one that was active, and both of them were listening tonight, which was its own kind of support. Rowena was at the wall again, but differently. Now that the library visit was complete, she told him upon arrival, spent the previous night's quiet hours sending her awareness through the restricted section via the ring's connection to the school's intelligence pillar, which was a sentence Harry had accepted without requiring further explanation. She had specific things to show him. The restricted section has been curated, she said, without preamble. Materials related to founding compact law, heir paramount designation, and the original governance structures of magical Britain have been, not removed, that would be too obvious, but reclassified. Buried under misfiling, placed in damaged material storage, annotated with misleading catalogue entries. Someone who went looking for these things would have a very difficult time finding them. When? Gradually. The same pattern as everything else. She turned from the wall. But the originals exist. The school has them in memory, here, and I have been copying them in the only medium I have available. She held out her hand, a gesture, the impression of a hand, but it carried something. The ring received it, a sense of documents, complete and precise, preserved in the ring's own awareness. If you can get to a magical copy medium, a pensieve would be ideal, we can render them physically. They would be legal documents, Harry. The original governance texts. Proof that the structures Dumbledore has built operate outside of foundational wizarding law. There's a pensieve in Dumbledore's office, Harry said. Salazar made a sound. Convenient. There may be others, Rowena said, with the measured tone of someone who is not going to encourage unnecessary risk and is trying to communicate this diplomatically. There's one in the Ministry archive, Harry said. I'll find a way. Salazar had been quiet through most of this, moving around the room's perimeter with his hands behind his back in what Harry was starting to recognize as his thinking posture. He stopped now, by the fireplace, and said, "The sword you found in the Peverell vault. Describe it." Harry did. Salazar listened with his eyes on the fire. "Merlin's blade," he said. I wondered if it was still, yes. He turned. Merlin made two things in his life that he considered his true work. The ring is one. The sword is the other. The ring is for knowing. The sword, he paused, is for doing. It carries an enchantment that responds to the same authority as the ring. In the hands of the heir paramount, it will not merely cut. It will cut through enchantments. Wards. Magical constructs. Including, theoretically, things that are not meant to be cuttable. Like what? Salazar looked at him. Something in his expression was careful in a way that had become Harry's marker for this is important and he's deciding how to frame it. Like a Horcrux, he said. The word sat in the fire's light between them. You know about those, Harry said. Merlin's sword was specifically designed as a response to the possibility of soul-splitting magic. He foresaw it, not Voldemort specifically, but the concept. The worst application of the magic he'd spent his life studying. Salazar sat down, which he rarely did. Slitting a soul is not natural. Merlin built the sword to be the antithesis of it, something that could end what soul-splitting creates, completely and irrevocably, with a single action, without the usual requirements. What usual requirements? The diary, Rowena said, from the wall. The first Horcrux you destroyed required basilisk venom channeled through Gryffindor's sword because the sword had been impregnated with it from the encounter. That is a specific and somewhat improvised solution. Merlin's sword needs nothing added to it. It is already sufficient. Harry thought about what he knew of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diary gone, the ring destroyed by Dumbledore, and that thought now carried a different weight, given everything, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake, and the one that nobody said aloud because saying it required confronting something Harry was not ready to look at directly tonight. He was going to have to look at it. But not tonight. The sword comes back to Hogwarts tomorrow, he said. Yes, Salazar agreed, as if this had already been decided, which perhaps it had. I need to go back to Gringotts to get it. There's another way, Salazar said. The vault is yours. The school is yours. The Peverell vault is connected to the founding compact in ways that Gringotts' physical infrastructure doesn't fully capture. Ask the ring to bring it. Harry looked at his hand. Just, ask. The ring responds to need and intent, not elaborate ceremony. You needed the founders and we came. You need the sword. He looked at Harry with his careful, testing expression. Ask. Harry looked at the ring and thought about the sword on the shelf in the vault 3 levels below Gringotts, runes down the blade, old metal, Merlin's other work. He held the need clearly in his mind and said, simply, bring it. The air beside him changed. The same way it changed when a founder made themselves visible, but different in quality, a physical presence rather than a spiritual one. The sword appeared on the table in front of him with a sound that was more felt than heard, a low resonance like a very deep bell struck once. It was more beautiful up close than it had been in the vault. The runes caught the firelight and gave it back differently, and the weight of it when Harry picked it up was perfect, not light, not heavy, but balanced in a way that felt biological, like it knew where the center of gravity of the hand holding it would be. Rowena left the wall and came to look at it. Her expression had the quality it got around extremely good scholarship, the sharp, genuine appreciation of someone encountering work that meets the highest standard. Merlin never made anything carelessly, she said. No, Salazar agreed. He didn't. He looked at the sword in Harry's hand. He was my student for 7 years. I've never been more proud of anything. Harry set the sword on the table and looked at it for a moment, then at the two of them, then said, what do I do with it? Not eventually, not in the final battle, not strategically. Right now, tonight. What is the most important next step? Rowena and Salazar exchanged one of their nonverbal communications, the particular frequency of two people who have been having arguments that are also conversations for 1,000 years. The Horcruxes, Rowena said. The sword makes that viable in a way it hasn't been before. But you need to know where they are. Dumbledore knows. He's been tracking them. Yes. Which means to get the information, you either ask him, Rowena paused, or you find his research another way. His office, Harry said. His office, she confirmed. While he's asleep. While he's occupied, she amended. Which is more reliable? He sleeps very lightly, I suspect. Harry picked up the sword. Looked at the blade, the runes, the balance. He thought about a man who had spent decades carefully, lovingly, and absolutely certainly managing Harry's entire world, who was currently sitting in his tower office with the school subtly changed under him, and who would come to Harry with that exhausted, concerned, impeccable honesty of his very soon now. Before that conversation happened, Harry was going to know everything Dumbledore knew. He wasn't asking permission. He wasn't going to explain himself afterward. He wasn't going to feel guilty about it, because whatever Dumbledore had in that office, whatever private intelligence and private research and private correspondence had been assembled there, it had been assembled using resources that belonged to Harry, his name, his story, his life, and the school itself, which had been carrying its loyalty toward Dumbledore instead of where it belonged. He was just taking back what was his. Tomorrow night, he said. Dumbledore will be at the Wisengamot meeting. He attends on the 3rd Thursday of every month, I've noticed, because the gargoyle's always easier to get past when he's not there. He looked at Rowena. You know the office's enchantments? Intimately, she said. Good. He looked at Salazar. You know what Dumbledore knows about Horcruxes? I know what he should know, given what I understand of soul magic. Whether his research aligns with what I'd expect, Salazar tilted his head, that is what makes tomorrow interesting. Harry looked at the fire. Then at the sword on the table. Then, with the particular quiet certainty of someone who has stopped waiting for permission and discovered that the territory beyond that stopping point is very solid ground, he made his decision. All right, he said. Tomorrow we go into the headmaster's office, we take everything useful, and then we start moving. He picked up the sword and felt the ring and the blade align to the same frequency, two pieces of the same intention. No more managing. No more careful. No more waiting to see what Dumbledore decides. Godric's presence in the ring, which had been listening, went incandescent with something that wasn't quite pride and wasn't quite relief and was perhaps both of those things transformed by about 1,000 years of waiting for this exact sentence. Harry went to bed that night with the sword under his mattress and the ring on his hand, and slept, for the first time in as long as he could remember, completely well. Above him, the school held its breath and knew exactly who was sleeping in it. Chapter 4, Declarations. Thursday arrived with the particular grey indifference of November mornings that have nothing to prove, and Harry moved through his classes with the surface calm of someone who has made a decision and is now simply waiting for the clock to agree with him. The day had its own texture. Transfiguration in the morning, where McGonagall had them working on human-to-animal full transformations, and Harry managed a creditable attempt at a falcon that held for nearly 30 seconds before his concentration fractured, not because he couldn't hold it, but because part of his mind was already in the headmaster's office, walking the layout, mapping the enchantments Rowena had spent the previous night cataloguing through the ring's connection to the school's intelligence pillar. He knew the office. He'd been in it more times than most students saw it in 7 years. He knew the Pensieve's position, the cabinet where Dumbledore kept his private correspondence, the shelf of Horcrux-related texts he'd glimpsed on the one occasion he'd been brought up specifically to discuss Voldemort's past. What he hadn't known until last night was that the cabinet was warded with a specific enchantment Dumbledore had designed himself, layered, elegant, and connected to the Pillar 2 monitoring channel so that unauthorized opening would register as an alert in the headmaster's awareness regardless of where he was. The ward is designed to detect intent, Rowena had explained, with the tone of someone presenting an interesting problem. Not the physical act of opening, but the magical signature of someone attempting access with concealed purpose. It is a very sophisticated piece of work. Can you undo it? Harry had asked. I can do better than undo it. With the ring's authority over the school's enchantments and the founding compact access we restored 2 nights ago, I can instruct the ward not to register you as unauthorized. Because you are not unauthorized. The ward will see the heir of the school's founding compact and find nothing to report. Harry had looked at her for a moment. He built a lock, he said, that the school itself can tell to stand down. Yes. Because it never occurred to him that the school's authority might be restored to someone above his own. He is very intelligent, but he has a significant blind spot. Rowena's expression held the particular quality of a person who has spent time in very rarefied intellectual company and has learned to identify its characteristic failure modes. He cannot imagine being outthought at the foundational level because he has never encountered anyone who could. Now, sitting in transfiguration and watching his falcon blur back into hands on the desk, Harry felt the ring pulse with something that carried Rowena's quality, focused, ready, faintly impatient. He got the falcon back on his 4th try and held it for 3 full minutes, and McGonagall marked something in her notebook with the expression of someone quietly recalibrating an expectation upward. After class, in the corridor, Hermione caught his arm. Her expression had the quality it got when she'd been thinking about something difficult for a long time and had arrived at a conclusion she wasn't comfortable with. I was in the Founders' chamber last night, she said, low and quick, falling into step beside him. After you said the phrase. Rowena's records, the documents she's preserved in the ring, she stopped. Harry. The 1970 governance restructuring. I found the corresponding ceremony records. And he used the school's own magic to authorize it. Which should have been impossible, because the school's magic should have been, governed by the founding compact that required all 4 lineage holds to consent to structural change. She was talking quickly, the way she talked when she'd found something that was making her angry and she was trying to stay analytical about it. He found a workaround. A precedent from 1423, when the founding lines had been reduced to a single surviving heir, that allowed single-line governance under emergency conditions. He invoked it. Except the emergency conditions it requires are extremely specific and he doesn't. She stopped again. Harry, the emergency conditions require documented evidence of founding line extinction for 3 of the 4 lines. He filed that documentation. He filed evidence that the Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw lines were extinct as of 1969. Harry stopped walking. They weren't, Hermione said. I checked. All 3 lines have living descendants as of current records. Some of them are students here right now. The documentation he filed was false. Harry stood in the corridor with second years flowing around him like water around a stone. He lied, Harry said. Hermione's jaw was tight. He filed false documentation with the school's foundational records to invoke an emergency governance provision that gave him sole authority over Hogwarts enchantment structures. She looked at him, and something in her face was different than it had been 2 days ago, the institutional faith not gone, but cracked through, the cracks showing the harder material underneath. So yes. He lied. Ron, who had been walking slightly behind them and had heard all of this, said nothing, just put a hand briefly on Hermione's shoulder as they turned toward the stairs. She didn't shake it off. The Wisengamot session Dumbledore attended was scheduled from 7 to 10 in the evening. Harry knew because Hermione had looked it up without being asked, because that was how Hermione showed she was all the way in, not with declarations, but with research. At 6:50, Harry watched from a window on the 5th floor as Dumbledore's Phoenix Flame transport flared in the courtyard below, blue-gold fire blooming and collapsing in under a second. He gave it 10 minutes. Then he took the invisibility cloak from his bag, put the sword, shrunk into 4 inches and tucked in his inner pocket, where he could get to it quickly, and said, "Rowena," under his breath. Her presence sharpened immediately. "Ready?" he said. He felt her answer as something that had no direct human equivalent, the forward edge of an extremely focused intelligence applying itself to a problem it has been looking forward to. He went up. The gargoyle outside Dumbledore's office was, as predicted, significantly more cooperative in its owner's absence. It didn't step aside the way it did with the password, instead it went still in the particular way that the school's enchanted objects went still when the founding compact authority moved through them, a kind of respectful suspension that Harry was still getting used to but was beginning to find deeply useful. He went through, up the spiral stair, and into the headmaster's circular office. It was warm and lit with the low amber of enchanted lanterns, and it smelled of old books and something faintly chemical, and it was full of the quiet business of its various occupants, the portraits on the walls, most of them awake, and Fawkes on his perch, who turned his flame-bright head toward Harry as he entered and made a sound that was not an alarm. Harry took off the cloak and looked at Fawkes. Fawkes looked back with the ancient, layered attention of a phoenix, an attention that was not like a human's or an animal's but was something else entirely, carrying a quality of witness that Harry had always felt around him. The phoenix chirped once, softly, and turned back to his perch. The portraits were awake and watching. Some of them Harry recognized from brief visits, former headmasters, most of whom had served under Dumbledore's general era and were therefore his people in a way that made Harry hesitate for exactly 1 second. Then Rowena was fully present beside him, visible, standing in the room she had never technically stopped having authority over, and the portraits went noticeably quiet. "Former headmistress Ravenclaw," said an elderly wizard in a 16th-century frame, with the uncertain courtesy of someone who wasn't sure of the protocol. "I'm aware this is unusual," Rowena said, with complete composure. "Remain quiet, please." She turned to Harry. "The cabinet. Northeast alcove, behind the second tapestry." Harry moved. The second tapestry was heavier than it looked, a faded Hogwarts founding scene that had the slightly off quality of a historical image rendered by someone who wasn't there. Behind it, the cabinet. Dark wood, no obvious lock, but the air around it was dense with the ward Rowena had described, a magical pressure, alert and awake. He put his hand on it and felt the ward read him. He felt it find the founding compact authority in the ring. He felt it run its assessment of intent and find, not concealment, not deception, but claim. Legitimate, documented, foundationally authorized claim. The ward stood down. The cabinet opened. The interior was organized with Dumbledore's characteristic meticulous logic, compartmentalized, labeled in a small precise hand, each section distinct. Harry scanned it quickly. School administrative records, no, leave those. Personal correspondence, set aside for later. The section that had the quality of active research, here. He pulled out the files. They were substantial, years of work, dense with notes, cross-references, theorems and observations in Dumbledore's small precise handwriting. On top, a summary document he clearly wrote for himself, the kind of working overview a researcher keeps to maintain orientation in complex material. Harry scanned it in 30 seconds. Then went back and read it properly, standing at the open cabinet with the sounds of the night and Rowena reading over his shoulder, reading faster than he was, her presence at the edge of his vision running through pages in the particular way of someone whose mind is built for exactly this kind of processing. Dumbledore knew about 6 Horcruxes. He had located 4 of them, the diary, destroyed, the ring, destroyed by him personally, at the cost of the curse that was still working its way through his hand, which Harry now observed on the desk where Dumbledore's gloves lay, the locket, location known, retrieval planned, the cup, suspected location, Lestrange vault. He had theories about 2 more, the diadem, Hogwarts, possibly, somewhere in the castle's uncatalogued spaces, and the snake, mobile, with Voldemort. And at the bottom of the summary document, in handwriting that was slightly different from the rest, slightly less precise, slightly more pressured, the handwriting of someone writing something they found difficult, a 7th entry. Harry's eyes went to it. He read it. He stood very still for a moment. Rowena, beside him, said nothing. He read it again. Then he folded the summary document carefully, put it in his inner pocket next to the shrunken sword, took the research files and reduced them to fit his other pocket, and closed the cabinet. The ward re-engaged behind him with the quiet click of something satisfied with an authorized transaction. Harry, Rowena said. I know, he said. We need to discuss, I know. Not here. He moved to the pensieve. It sat in its basin on its stone table, the silvery substance moving in it with the slow self-possession of something that has all the time in the world. Rowena had told him she could deposit the copied documents into it directly, given her current state, the founding compact magic finding a way through the ring's channel into the physical medium. Now, he said. She moved to the pensieve. Her presence interacted with the surface in a way that was not quite physical and not quite not, a shimmer, a transference, and then the memory substance shifted, took on new structure, and Harry saw documents forming in the silver depths. The originals. The governance texts. The false extinction filings with Dumbledore's authorization seal on them. All of it, clear and recoverable and now existing in a physical medium outside the ring. He covered the pensieve with the cloth that had been folded beside it, reduced the basin, carefully, it was fragile at reduced size, and added it to his pocket. He'll notice it's gone, Rowena said. Yes, Harry said. That's fine. He put the invisibility cloak back on, went down the spiral stair, past the gargoyle, and back through the school toward Gryffindor Tower. He was entirely calm. The kind of calm that sits below emotion rather than above it, not the absence of feeling but the presence of something that gives feeling a foundation to stand on. He knew what the 7th entry said. He was going to need to do something with that knowledge, eventually. But not tonight. Tonight he was going to go to the Founders' chamber, put everything on the table, and have a conversation with 4 people who had earned his complete honesty, and then he was going to sleep, because what was coming next required him to be rested, and being rested required deciding, consciously and deliberately, to put the 7th entry in a drawer in his mind and leave it there until he had the space to deal with it properly. He was 16. He had a 7th entry in his head. He went to sleep. The next morning, Friday, Harry came down to breakfast at the usual time and found Dumbledore sitting at the high table with the specific quality of stillness that Harry now recognized as performance, the settled, unhurried repose of a man who was actually doing the opposite of settling. Their eyes met across the great hall. Dumbledore smiled. The familiar warm, slightly sad smile, the one with the depth of age in it. Harry held his gaze for a moment, then looked away, helped himself to toast, and talked to Ron about Quidditch. The summons came at 11, delivered by a second-year prefect with a folded note and the harried expression of someone who had been trusted with something important. Harry, when you have a free moment this afternoon, would very much appreciate a conversation. No urgency. AD. No urgency was, Harry thought, possibly the most information-dense false statement he had encountered in his 6 years at this school. He wrote back, 3 o'clock, and gave it to the prefect. He spent the intervening hours in the Founders' chamber with Rowena and Salazar going over what he'd found, and with Godric, who had, over the past 3 days, moved from incandescent fury into something colder and more durable, the anger of a military man who has chosen his engagement and is now in the stage of calculated preparation. He'll try to explain it, Godric said. The vault records, possibly. The enchantment changes, if he suspects you know. He won't lead with aggression. He never does. He'll ask questions first, Salazar said. It's his method. He gathers information about what you know before he decides what to offer. Don't answer his questions. That's going to be obvious, Harry said. Let it be obvious. You are not there to hide what you know. You are there to establish something, and establishing it clearly is more important than tactical ambiguity. Salazar looked at him. What are you there to establish? That I know what he's done. That the school has changed. That whatever he thought the arrangement was, it isn't that anymore. And? Harry thought about Hermione's face in the corridor yesterday morning. About Ron sitting at breakfast saying 11 years with that particular quietness. About the 7th entry folded in Dumbledore's own handwriting in Harry's inner pocket. That he doesn't get to decide what I am, Harry said. Yes, said Salazar. That is exactly what you are there to establish. Helga had been quieter today than usual. Harry had noticed it and not pushed, but as he was preparing to leave the chamber at 2:40 she said, Harry, and he stopped. She looked at him with the warmth and the iron running equally through her. He loves you, she said. In his way. This is genuinely true, and I don't want you to walk in there dismissing it, because dismissing it would be less than honest, and you are not someone who handles himself well on less than honest ground. Harry held her gaze. I know, he said. But love deployed as control is still control, she said. And you are allowed to refuse it without guilt, regardless of the fact that it is real. He carried that up to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle stepped aside at his approach, not because he'd given the password, but because the school knew him now, and evidently the gargoyle's enchantment fell within the school's purview. The stair carried him up. Dumbledore was at his desk. He looked up when Harry entered, and the quality of his attention was different today, present in a way it didn't always announce itself, the full focus of an extraordinary mind turned to the room. Harry, he said, warmly. Please, sit down. The office looked exactly as it always did. The pensive was not in its place. Harry sat and noted that Dumbledore noted this and gave no sign that he'd noted it. Thank you for coming, Dumbledore said. I hope I haven't interrupted anything pressing. Not particularly, Harry said. A pause. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk, the right hand in its dragon-hide glove, the blackened fingers beneath it, and Harry noticed again with fresh clarity the cost of destroying the Resurrection Stone's Horcrux. A dying man, still playing the game on his own terms, still convinced that his management of the board was the kindest possible form of care. I wanted to ask, Dumbledore said, how you have been finding this term. I'm afraid with the ongoing situation, I have been less present to my students than I would wish. I've been finding it fine, Harry said. Good. Good. A small pause, precisely calibrated. I noticed, this week, some changes in the school's enchantment patterns. Nothing alarming, more like a settling, shall we say. A reorientation. I wondered if you had noticed anything similar. In what way? Harry said. Ah. Simply, the castle sometimes responds to presences differently. Particularly presences with significant magical signatures. He smiled. You have always had quite a significant signature, Harry. It's been one of the things that made watching your development here so remarkable. Thank you, Harry said, entirely neutrally. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. The warmth in the blue eyes was real, Harry could see that, had always been able to see it, and underneath it was the assessment, running constantly, measuring and adjusting. I also noticed, Dumbledore said, still conversationally, that my pensieve has been moved. Has it? Harry said. And my research cabinet was accessed. A pause, so brief it would have been easy to miss. I don't say this with any accusation. I simply find myself curious about the circumstances. Harry met his gaze. You're curious about whether I did it. I'm curious about a great many things, Harry, as I think you know. Then I'll be direct, Harry said. The decision to be direct had been made in the Founders' Chamber, held through 2 hours of preparation, and arrived at now with the particular solidity of something that doesn't need a running start. I know about the governance enchantments you've changed. I know about the 1970 restructuring and the false documentation you filed to invoke the single-line emergency provision. I know about the vault hold you've maintained on my finances since I was 5. I know about the quarterly reports. He reached into his pocket, removed the folded summary document, Dumbledore's own handwriting, and put it on the desk between them. And I know what's at the bottom of that. The silence in the office had a texture to it. Dumbledore looked at the document. He didn't reach for it. His expression did not collapse or flare or perform anything. He simply became very, very still, in the way of someone for whom stillness is a genuine capacity and not just a posture. I see, he said. I'm not here to argue about your intentions, Harry said. I'm not here to tell you that you're evil or that you don't care about me, because I don't believe either of those things. I'm here to tell you that it's over. What is over, precisely? Dumbledore said. Still quiet. Still the voice of the man who had guided him through 6 years, still carrying in it that infuriating genuine tenderness. The arrangement where you decide what I know and when I know it. Where you manage what I have access to, financially and informationally. Where this school operates under your authority as if it's yours when it isn't. Harry kept his voice even. He wasn't angry in the way he'd been angry at the end of 5th year, that volcanic, helpless, grieving fury. He was something else now. Settled. Certain. Hogwarts isn't yours. You know that, and you know I know that, so let's not pretend either way. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, You found the ring. Yes. And through it, ah. Something moved in his face. Not guilt, not precisely, but the expression of a man who is encountering a variable he had assessed as low probability and is now recalibrating. The Founders. Yes. I see, he said again, and this time the words carried more weight. He was quiet for a moment, looking at the desk, and then he looked up and said, Harry, I need you to understand that everything I have done has been in service of keeping you alive. The vault hold, the information I have kept back, the structures I have built here, they have all been oriented toward a single outcome, your survival. Because without your survival, everything else is meaningless. I know that, Harry said. Then you understand, I understand that you believe that completely. Harry leaned forward slightly. I also understand that you made a decision, somewhere along the way, that my survival was yours to manage. That my life was a resource you were responsible for spending correctly. And you were so certain that was the right framework that you never stopped to ask if it was the right framework. He paused. Sirius is dead because you were certain. The silence after that had a different quality. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, they were the same, still warm, still precise, still carrying that depth of experience, but there was something raw in them that wasn't usually visible. Yes, he said simply. I have made mistakes that have cost people their lives. I have made decisions that were wrong, and some of those decisions have cost you specifically more than I can adequately address. He paused. I am sorry for that, Harry. Genuinely and without qualification. I know you are, Harry said. That doesn't change what I'm telling you. And what are you telling me, specifically? Harry reached back into his pocket and took out the reduction charmed pensieve, enlarged it, and set it on the desk beside the document. The documents Rowena Ravenclaw preserved of the original founding governance texts are in there. Including the false documentation you filed. Including the original heir paramount designation under the Peverell-Merlin Compact. He held Dumbledore's gaze. The school knows me as its heir. That's not reversible by refiling paperwork or restructuring enchantments, because what was restored was foundational and what you built was layered on top of it. The foundation is back. Your layers are still there, but the school isn't oriented to you anymore in the way it was. Dumbledore looked at the pensieve. At the ring. At Harry's face. The assessment was still running, Harry could see it, but it was running into walls it hadn't encountered before, the particular experience of an intelligence finding that the information landscape has changed in ways it hadn't modeled. What do you intend to do? Dumbledore asked. There was no performance in it. It was a genuine question, and it was the most direct thing he'd said. I intend to finish what needs finishing with Voldemort, Harry said. I intend to do it with full information, on my own terms, with the resources and the authority that actually belong to me. I'm not doing it your way anymore. He stood. You're still the headmaster. The Hogwarts board hasn't changed, your appointment stands, and I'm not going to the ministry with the governance documents unless you force my hand. This isn't about destroying you. It's about not being managed by you. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The 7th entry, he said. In my notes. I know what it says. It changes things considerably, Harry. The path to Voldemort's final defeat requires, I know what it requires, Harry said, and something in his voice made Dumbledore stop mid-sentence, a quality that hadn't been there before, that wasn't anger and wasn't grief but was a complete, unsentimental reckoning with a fact he had decided to own rather than be owned by. I've known since last night. I've had time to think about it. And I want you to understand something. He held Dumbledore's gaze. Whatever that entry means for me, it doesn't change the fact that I'm the one who gets to decide what to do about it. Not you. Me. Of course, Dumbledore said. Too quickly. The instinct of a man managing a conversation reasserting itself even in the face of evidence that the conversation had stopped being manageable. Harry picked up the pensieve and reduced it again, pocketed it. I'm leaving the document, he said, gesturing to Dumbledore's summary page on the desk. Because there's information in there I need to discuss with people who've had longer to think about soul magic than I have. The files I borrowed I'll return when I'm done with them. He moved toward the door. Harry. He stopped. Turned. Dumbledore was still sitting, his folded hands on the desk, the gloved right hand and the warmth of the office and the portraits all watching. He looked, for a moment, not old, exactly, but accumulated. The weight of everything he'd done sitting visibly on him in a way Harry wasn't sure he'd ever seen before. The Founders, Dumbledore said. What are they, how much are they, fully present, Harry said. All 4. They've been in the school's enchantments since the ring woke. They know what you've built here. He paused. Godric Gryffindor specifically would like a word, but I told him it wasn't the right moment. Something passed through Dumbledore's face that was almost humor, genuine, painful, human. I imagine he has views, he said. Several hundred, Harry said. In detail. He left. On the spiral stair going down, he let out a breath that he'd been holding for longer than just this meeting, a breath he'd been holding, maybe, since the end of 5th year, since the graveyard, since the first moment he'd understood, in some wordless bodily way, that he was being spent rather than protected. The ring was warm. All 4 presences, steady and solid, not celebrating but present, simply and completely present, the way people are present when something real has just happened and they are witnesses to it. He went down to the courtyard, stood in the November cold, and breathed. That, he thought, was the beginning. Below him and above him and all around him, the school held him in its awareness the way it had held him since the founding enchantments shifted, not possessively, not instrumentally, but with the straightforward factual recognition of a place that knows its own. And in his office 3 floors up, Albus Dumbledore sat for a long time in the lamplight, looking at his own handwriting on the desk in front of him, and thought about what it meant when the thing you had been protecting learned to protect itself. It was not the expression of a man defeated. It was the expression of a man reassessing a game he thought he knew. That, Harry would have said, was the thing to watch. Chapter 5, The Board Convenes. The news broke on Monday. Not dramatically, not with an announcement or a public confrontation. It moved the way significant things move in the wizarding world, which was through owl post and fleur calls and the particular telegraph of the Daily Prophet's unnamed sources, and by Monday morning breakfast it had made it far enough through the network that 3 governors of Hogwarts' Board of Governors had sent urgent owls to the school, 2 Wisengamot members had requested meetings with Dumbledore, and Cornelius Fudge's replacement as minister, Rufus Scrimgeour, who had been in office since the previous summer and who Harry had already had one unpleasant conversation with, had sent a formal inquiry marked with the ministry's official seal. Harry read about it in the Prophet over toast. The story itself was thin. Someone with partial information had fed a reporter just enough to generate maximum confusion and minimum verifiable fact. Sources close to Hogwarts' administrative structure indicate significant governance irregularities dating back decades. Questions raised over the legal standing of the current headmaster's authority. Possible Wisengamot review pending. The byline was a junior reporter Harry didn't recognize, which meant it hadn't come from anyone with deep access. Someone had leaked something. Not everything, not the documentation, not the pensieve, just enough to start a fire. He had not done it. He looked across the great hall to the high table, where Dumbledore was reading the same article with an expression of remarkable composure, and understood with absolute certainty that Dumbledore had not done it either. He had a brief, focused internal conversation with Rowena. Could the school's intelligence channel have leaked? Her response came back precise and immediate, no. But someone with peripheral knowledge of what's in the governance records could have. The founding compact documents aren't exclusively held in the pensieve. Gringotts has standing awareness of heir paramount designation under very old law. Ragnarok's institution has interested parties. Harry thought about goblin politics for approximately 30 seconds and concluded that he didn't have enough information to be angry about this in any directed way and moved on. Harry, Hermione said, holding her own copy of the Prophet and looking at him across the marmalade. I didn't leak it, he said. I know you didn't, she said immediately. But whoever did has created a timeline problem. If the board convenes before you have the legal documentation properly organized and ready to present, Dumbledore's people control the agenda. His people, Ron said, looking up. The board. Half of them are his. 5 of 12 governors are directly affiliated with Dumbledore through order of the Phoenix connections or personal loyalty, Hermione said, with the efficiency of someone who had spent the weekend researching exactly this. She'd come to Harry on Saturday with 12 pages of notes and the expression of someone who had found something that had genuinely surprised them by its thoroughness. 3 are neutral to positive. 4 are hostile to him for various reasons, 2 because of political alignment with Voldemort sympathizers, which is not helpful, and 2 because of genuine institutional concerns about concentrated authority. The 2 with institutional concerns, Harry said. Augusta Longbottom, Hermione said. She was removed from the board in 1992 when Lucius Malfoy collected signed letters from the other governors. She was reinstated after his arrest, but she has not forgotten, and she has not forgiven. And Griselda Marchbanks, former head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. She examined Dumbledore for his NEWTS 80 years ago and has been openly ambivalent about his headmastership since the ministry interference last year. Harry thought about this. Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother, iron-spined and uncompromising, with a hat that had never apologized for itself and eyes that had seen enough to stop being surprised by most things. Griselda Marchbanks, who Hermione had described in her research notes as the most procedurally rigorous member of any wizarding institution currently in operation. I need to talk to both of them, he said. You're a student, Hermione said, not as an objection, just as a fact that had implications. "I'm the heir paramount of the founding compact," Harry said, and the phrase was still strange in his mouth but getting less so. "Which, per Gringotts' standing legal position, is a designation with significance outside the ministry's current framework. You'd need to be out of school again. I'd need letters first. Formal ones. With the ring impression as seal." He looked at her. "Can you help me draft them?" Hermione's expression moved through several things quickly and landed on the one she always landed on when given a sufficiently interesting intellectual problem: focused, engaged, slightly alarmed by her own enthusiasm for the challenge. "I'll need the legal terminology from the founding compact documents." "Rowena," Harry said. Hermione looked at him. He turned the ring slightly and let Rowena's presence extend toward visibility, just the edge of it, the shimmer at his shoulder, enough for Hermione to see. Rowena looked at Hermione with the expression of someone encountering a standard of intellectual rigor they had not expected to find and was very quietly pleased by. "Miss Granger," she said. Hermione, to her considerable credit, said, "Lady Ravenclaw," with only a brief moment of visible recalibration, and then said, "I've been reading your original governance texts. The 1463 amendment to the founding compact interests me particularly, the clause about multi-line authentication for structural changes. Is that the relevant precedent here?" "That and the heir paramount protocols from the primary compact," Rowena said. "Yes. Your reading is correct." A pause. "You spotted the 1463 amendment without being directed to it." "The cross-reference in the 1612 Administrative Review was subtle but it was there," Hermione said. Rowena's expression did the thing Harry had seen exactly once before, the sharp, genuine appreciation of encountering scholarship that meets a very high bar. "Then you already understand the legal argument better than most practitioners currently working would," she said. "Draft the letters. I'll review the terminology." Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. Something passed between them in the wordless language of 6 years of close friendship that was approximately, "Well, those two are going to get along disturbingly well," and then they both quietly went back to breakfast. The letters went out that afternoon, 2 of them, sealed with the ring pressed into dark wax and carrying the heir paramount designation alongside a carefully constructed formal request for a meeting at the recipient's earliest convenience. Hermione had drafted them with the precision of someone who had read every piece of foundational magical law she could access in 48 hours, and Rowena had reviewed each line with the thoroughness of someone who knew the original texts and what they were actually meant to mean. The result was documents that were simultaneously polite in tone and absolutely unignorable in legal weight. Augusta Longbottom's response arrived Tuesday morning. 1 line, Hogsmeade. The 3 broomsticks. Wednesday, 2 o'clock. Don't be late. Griselda Marchbanks sent a scroll of questions. 11 of them, specific, technical, testing. Harry sat with Rowena for an hour working through them and sent back answers that were, if anything, more specific and technical than the questions. Her reply came Thursday, 5 o'clock. Same location. I'll have reviewed the compact documents by then. Bring the pensieve. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was moving. Harry knew this because the school told him, not in words, but in the way that the intelligence pillar Rowena had described now directed certain information toward him rather than exclusively toward the headmaster's office. He knew when Dumbledore met with his 5 aligned governors separately over Tuesday and Wednesday, the meetings happening by flow from the headmaster's office one after another in the early evenings. He knew when Dumbledore sent a private letter to Scrimgeour with the ministry seal in reverse, a request rather than a response. He knew when Professor McGonagall was called to the headmaster's office Tuesday night and came out looking troubled in the way that McGonagall looked troubled, which was a very contained, controlled version of it that most people wouldn't have recognized as troubled at all, and that Harry recognized immediately from 6 years of careful observation. He didn't intercept any of it. He didn't need to. Knowing the movements were happening was sufficient. Understanding the pattern told him more than the content of any individual conversation would have. He's building a coalition, Salazar said, on Tuesday night in the Founders' Chamber. 5 governors, a ministry relationship, the heads of house as a resource. He's not panicking. He's been in this position before, not with you specifically, but with the board. In 1992, when Lucius Malfoy had the signatures to suspend him, he didn't fight directly. He waited, maintained relationships, and was back within a week. He paused. He's doing the same thing. Working the edges first. Maintaining the appearance of legitimate governance while preparing to make any challenge look like a disruption. So the board meeting, Harry said. Whenever it happens, he wants to control the room. Salazar looked at him. Which means you need to get to the room first. Not the meeting itself, the conditions before it. Augusta Longbottom, Godric said, from his chair. He'd been listening with the focused attention of a military commander evaluating a theater of engagement. She's the key. If she brings the institutional concerns formally to the board agenda before Dumbledore's people can define the frame, the conversation starts differently. She'll bring them if she's convinced they're worth bringing, Harry said. Which is what Wednesday is for. Wednesday at 2 o'clock, Harry was in Hogsmeade via the Honeyduke's Passage. He told McGonagall he had a medical appointment at St. Mungo's and felt briefly guilty about that specifically because McGonagall was the person he liked least lying to, then set the guilt aside because there were larger things in motion. He arrived at the Three Broomsticks 3 minutes early and found Augusta Longbottom already there. She was exactly as Harry remembered her from the ministry, upright in a way that looked structural rather than chosen, wearing robes of deep burgundy and that extraordinary hat, currently featuring a stuffed bird and what looked like a piece of tartan ribbon that had absolutely decided it belonged there. She was drinking tea with the bearing of someone who had drunk tea in difficult circumstances many times and had made peace with that being her aesthetic. She looked at Harry when he sat down and said, immediately, "Show me the ring." He held out his hand. She looked at it with eyes that had clearly seen a lot of magical objects and knew how to read them. "Merlin's work," she said. "I've seen the description in the Longbottom family archive. We've had a connection to the founding compact through a Hufflepuff maternal line for 400 years. She looked up at him. "You woke the ring." "Yes." "And the founders?" "Yes." "Is Helga Hufflepuff, is she?" For the first time, something moved in Augusta Longbottom's face that was not composure. Something private and genuine and slightly unsteady. Harry turned the ring. "She's here," he said quietly. Helga came visible, just enough, the shimmer of her presence at the table between them, warm and grave and looking at Augusta Longbottom with recognition in her eyes. Augusta Longbottom set down her teacup. She looked at Helga for a long moment, and Harry, who had become accustomed to not looking directly at certain people's private feelings, looked at the table. "You've been watching," Augusta said. "When I could," Helga said. "You've kept the line's honor." A silence. Then Augusta picked up her teacup again, and when she put it down the moment had been acknowledged and incorporated and Augusta Longbottom was back to full operational capacity, which Harry suspected was simply how she processed things. "The documentation," she said to Harry. He put the pensieve on the table. He walked her through it with Rowena's help, the governance texts, the 1970 restructuring, the false extinction filings, the heir paramount designation and its legal weight. Augusta examined everything with the thoroughness of someone who had been on the board of governors for long enough to know exactly what she was looking at and what it meant in institutional terms. When she finished, she was quiet for a moment. "I need to be clear about something," she said. "I am not doing this because I dislike Albus Dumbledore. I think he is one of the greatest witches or wizards of the age and I believe that he has protected this school and this world from threats most people don't understand." She held Harry's gaze. "I'm doing this because what is in that pensieve represents a fundamental breach of the institutional compact that Hogwarts is built on, and if we allow it to stand because the person who did it had good intentions and impressive credentials, we have decided that the law means nothing when powerful people are convenient exceptions to it." She paused. "And that is precisely how dark wizards justify themselves." "Yes," Harry said. She looked at him with a quality that he recognized after a moment as assessment of a different kind than Dumbledore's, not measuring what he could be used for, but measuring what he actually was. "You're not what I expected," she said. "What did you expect?" "Angry and reactive." "You were, for a while, I think." She looked at the ring. "The Founders have been good for you." "They've been honest with me," Harry said. "That helps." She nodded. "I'll bring a formal governance review to the board agenda. I'll need 2 other governors to second it, Marchbanks if she commits on Thursday, and I believe I can get Emmeline Vance's cousin, who sits on the board and is not best pleased with Dumbledore's handling of certain order business." She stood. "When is the board meeting?" "I don't know yet. Dumbledore will try to set the date to his advantage. Then we'll call for an extraordinary session," she said. "I have the standing to do that. It bypasses the headmaster's scheduling authority and requires a meeting within 5 days of the call." She straightened her hat, not because it needed straightening, Harry thought, but as a gesture of conclusion. 5 days from Friday. That gives you time to get Marchbank's support and gives me time to prepare. She left. Madame Rosmerta came over and asked if Harry wanted anything, and he ordered a butterbeer he barely touched and sat in the warm amber noise of the pub thinking about institutional architecture and the way Augusta Longbottom had looked at Helga Hufflepuff, the brief, private thing of it, and what it meant that a family had maintained a connection to founding magic for 400 years without anyone in the current arrangement thinking it was relevant. Dumbledore thought in terms of the immediate and the strategic. He was brilliant at both. What he was less brilliant at, Harry was beginning to understand, was the very long game. The thing that had been building for 1,000 years, that Merlin had seeded in a sealed vault and a hidden chamber, that families with old blood had been quietly carrying without knowing what they were carrying until now. Thursday, Griselda Marchbanks. She arrived at 5 exactly and sat down across from Harry with the pensive already on the table because she'd sent a follow-up owl that morning saying have the pensive ready, I won't want to wait for it. She was older than Augusta Longbottom, older than Dumbledore, small and fine-boned with white hair cut practically and eyes like the edge of something very sharp. She had examined Dumbledore for his NEWTS, which meant she had been a figure of authority in the magical world since before most people currently living had been born, and she had the quality of someone whose respect needed to be earned through competence because she had been around long enough to have seen every other alternative tried. She looked at the pensive. She looked at the ring. She said, without preamble, the 1970 restructuring documentation, the false extinction filings. Are they in there? Yes. Original governance texts? Yes. Heir paramount protocols, primary compact? Yes. She picked up the pensive, looked into it for approximately 25 minutes without speaking, set it down. I need Ravenclaw's interpretation of the amendment clause, she said. Specifically the authentication requirements. She's here, Harry said. Marchbanks looked at the shimmer of Rowena's presence with the expression of someone encountering something unprecedented and responding to it by going immediately to the most relevant practical question rather than being distracted by the remarkability of the situation. Lady Ravenclaw, she said. The 1463 Amendment. Authentication requirements for structural change to founding enchantments. What is the threshold? Unanimous consent of all living airline holders, Rowena said, or, in the absence of living airline holders, a verified compact of the founding institution's designated successor authority, which is the heir paramount, not the appointed headmaster. She paused. Dumbledore is not, has never been, and cannot be the founding institution's designated successor authority. His headmaster appointment is a board-level administrative designation. It has no standing in compact law. Marchbanks sat with this for a moment, then said, so every structural enchantment change he has made since 1945 is unauthorized under founding compact law. Unauthorized, Rowena said, and therefore reversible. Another silence. I'll second Augusta's call for an extraordinary session, Marchbanks said. And I'll file a formal legal challenge to the headmaster's governance authority with the Wisengamot's Institutional Law Division simultaneously. That creates a parallel track that the board can't simply vote away. It requires a legal determination from the Wisengamot before any board vote on headmaster authority becomes binding. She looked at Harry. You understand that this will be very public, very fast, once the Wisengamot track opens. I understand, Harry said. You understand that Dumbledore will respond. He will not simply, he is not the kind of man who accepts institutional defeat quietly. He will make arguments. Good ones. He will call on personal relationships, on his record, on the war. He will be compelling. She held his gaze. Are you prepared to stand in that room and hold your position against all of that? Yes, Harry said, without hesitation. She studied him for a moment. Then something shifted in her expression, not warmth, exactly, but a kind of respect that had passed through its own assessment and arrived on the other side. Good, she said, in the same flat declarative way she'd said everything else, and then she stood and left, because she had other things to do and the meeting had reached its productive conclusion. Harry sat in the 3 broomsticks for a few minutes after she left. Salazar, who had been present and silent through both meetings, said, She reminds me of Rowena. I'm right here, Rowena said. I'm aware, Salazar said. Harry walked back to Hogwarts through the November afternoon, the low light turning the castle gold against the grey sky, and thought about the next 5 days. Augusta would call the extraordinary session Friday. That gave Dumbledore the weekend to respond and 3 days before the meeting. The Wisengamot challenge from Marchbanks would be filed simultaneously, creating noise and pressure. Dumbledore would have his 5 governors, his ministry relationship, his authority, and his extraordinary intelligence applied to the problem. What Harry had was the law itself, the oldest law, pre-ministry, pre-Wisengamot, the founding compact that Gringotts recognized and that was now documented, witnessed, and in the hands of 2 governors who were not afraid of Albus Dumbledore. He also had the school. That was the thing Dumbledore didn't fully know yet, the degree to which the restoration of the founding enchantments had changed the school's relationship to Harry. It wasn't just awareness. It was active. The castle had been working. Harry had noticed it in small ways over the past days, portraits that spoke to him with a directness they didn't use with anyone else, giving him information without being asked. Doors that opened before he reached them. The staircases redirecting themselves subtly to make his movements efficient. The room of requirement offering itself without the 3-time walk, appearing when he simply thought of needing a space. Hogwarts was not neutral. It had never been neutral, it had just been oriented toward the wrong person. Now it was oriented toward him, and a school that is on your side is an extraordinary thing in a fight. He got back to Gryffindor Tower at 6 and found Ron and Hermione waiting with the specific quality of people who have been constructively occupied in his absence and are ready to report. I've been going through the Horcrux research files, Hermione said, the moment he sat down. Not the 7th entry, I know I haven't touched that part. But the other 6. Dumbledore's right about the locket, it's in Grimmauld Place, we know that. The cup is in the Lestrange vault. The diadem, Harry, he doesn't know where the diadem is, but I think I do. Harry looked at her. The room of requirement, she said. His notes have a reference to an uncatalogued magical repository in the castle that shows signs of extreme magical contamination. The room of hidden things. I've been in there, in 3rd year, when I was looking for a different room. The kind of magical density that Horcrux contamination would produce, it would be buried in there under centuries of hidden objects. Harry thought about the room of requirement opening for him without the 3-time walk. He thought about the school knowing what he needed. Tomorrow, he said. We go look. There's more, Ron said. He had a look on his face Harry didn't see often, carefully contained anger, the kind Ron felt on behalf of other people rather than himself. I owed Bill. About the Lestrange vault and whether there was any way to access it without actually robbing Gringotts. He paused. Bill talked to Ragnarok. Ragnarok, apparently there's a provision in old goblin banking law that allows an heir paramount to request inspection access to a vault where the contents include items that are designated harmful under Founding Compact law. Because a Horcrux is unambiguously harmful under Founding Compact law. Ron held his gaze. Ragnarok says if you formally request it, Gringotts will open the Lestrange vault under supervised inspection. No break-in required. Harry stared at him. Bill seemed very calm about all of this, Ron said. He said, and I'm quoting, Ragnarok's been waiting for the ring to show up for about 300 years, so I think he's quite enthusiastic. Harry thought about goblin politics and reconsidered whether he needed more information to be grateful about them. He looked at the ring. He thought about Merlin, 300 years ago, and 1,000 years ago, seating things in the dark and waiting. The board meeting is in 5 days, Harry said. Before that, we find the diadem. After that, Gringotts. And then, he stopped. The 7th entry. It sat in the drawer in his mind where he'd put it. He could feel it there. It had a weight to it that was different from any other problem he'd encountered, because every other problem was external, something to fight or solve or take from someone or put in front of a board of governors. This one was internal. This one was him. Harry, Hermione said, gently. She was looking at him with the expression she got when she'd worked something out and had been sitting on it carefully. The 7th entry. Not yet, he said. She nodded, slowly. Okay. Then, but soon. Yeah, he said. Soon. Godric, in the ring, steady and warm and entirely present, said nothing. But his presence had the quality of a hand on a shoulder, not pulling, not directing. Just there. Harry went to bed in a school that knew him, with a board meeting coming and a war still running and a truth he hadn't looked at yet sitting in the dark waiting for him, and the ring warm on his finger, and 3 people who would walk into whatever came next beside him without being asked. It was, he thought, the most prepared he'd ever been for anything. He was also absolutely terrified, which was fine. Being terrified and being ready were not, it turned out, mutually exclusive conditions. He'd been proving that for 6 years. Chapter 6, The Cost of War. The diadem was exactly where Hermione said it would be. Harry found it on Saturday morning, 3 hours before anyone else in Gryffindor Tower was awake, in the Room of Requirements Hidden Things iteration, that vast, cathedral-ceilinged warehouse of centuries of forgotten objects, stacked and leaning and heaped in configurations that suggested the room had simply been accumulating other people's problems since the school's early centuries. The room opened for him before he'd finished thinking about needing it, the door appearing in the 7th-floor corridor with the quiet efficiency of something glad to be useful. He moved through the stacks with the ring guiding him. Not with directions, with a kind of magnetic pull, a warmth that intensified as he moved deeper into the room, through corridors of broken furniture and rolled carpets and crates of objects that hummed with residual magic of varying qualities. The Horcrux contamination Hermione had described was real and readable. The ring recoiled slightly from it, like touching something wrong, a dissonance against the Founding Compact warmth that was clean and old and entirely different in character from whatever had been done to make a Horcrux. He found it on a shelf behind a broken cabinet and a stack of Quidditch equipment from a generation before his own. A diadem of blue-tinged metal, intricate, beautiful, and profoundly wrong in the particular way that beautiful things become wrong when something terrible has been done to them. The inscription on it read with beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, which was Rowena's motto and which made it one of the more obscene things Harry could imagine Voldemort choosing for this purpose. Rowena, present in the ring, went very still when he found it. He didn't push her to speak. He picked up the diadem with a conjured cloth, not touching it directly, and looked at it and felt the Horcrux contamination through the cloth as a kind of low, sustained wrongness, like a note held past the point where music becomes noise. Rowena, he said quietly. Yes, she said. Just the one word, carrying about 17 things in it, none of which she was going to enumerate and none of which needed enumerating. I'm sorry, he said. Another silence. Then, he chose it because it was mine. Not because of the object's properties, any vessel would have served. He chose it because it was the most personally violating option available. Her voice was precise and entirely controlled. That is useful information about his psychology. File it. Harry filed it. He took the diadem to the Founder's chamber, set it on the table, and took out the sword. The sword and the diadem in proximity created an immediate reaction, the ring's warmth sharpening toward the blade, a kind of recognition between Merlin's two creations, the sword knowing exactly what it was for. Harry held it and looked at the diadem and thought about what Salazar had said, a single action, without the usual requirements. He brought the blade down cleanly. The diadem came apart with a sound that was less physical than it was metaphysical, a crack that ran through the air and then through something underneath the air, something that had no sensory location but that Harry felt in the ring, in his bones, in the space behind his sternum where the founding compact warmth lived. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that had been housed in it, not a person, not a presence, just a shard of something that had been cut off from humanity so thoroughly it had forgotten what humanity felt like, dispersed. The room was briefly very still. Then Rowena said, "Thank you," and the word had the quality of something set down after being carried for too long. Harry put the sword back in his pocket and went to breakfast. He told Ron and Hermione at the table, quietly, and Ron exhaled and Hermione made a note in the small notebook she'd been keeping since she'd committed fully to this, a running account of what they knew, what they'd done, what remained. She put a line through diadem with a precision that looked satisfying and then looked at the list that remained and the satisfaction contracted slightly. Locket, she said. Cup. Snake. She didn't write the fourth thing. Neither of them did. Locket is at Grimmauld Place, Ron said. We can get that this weekend if we go through the Order's access. We're not going through the Order, Harry said. Grimmauld Place is mine. Sirius left it to me. He looked at the ring. The house knows the ring. He was right. He knew he was right the way he knew a lot of things now, not from research or confirmation but from the ring's quiet awareness, the founding compact connections extending through old magical inheritance in ways that mapped the landscape of his actual situation. Grimmauld Place, 12 years of being the Order's headquarters, and underneath all of that, a house that had passed to Harry Potter from Sirius Black and which knew it had an owner who hadn't been treating it as an owner. Saturday afternoon, he said. The three of us. I'll handle the wards. That was Saturday morning. By Saturday afternoon, with the board's extraordinary session called and confirmed for the following Wednesday, with Dumbledore's 5 governors requesting delays and procedural reviews that Augusta Longbottom was, by all accounts, denying with the precise efficiency of someone who has been waiting to deny exactly these requests for 30 years, the day had already been full enough. Grimmauld Place in November had the quality of a house that had been loved and then abandoned and hadn't decided yet which state it was currently in. The black door, the tarnished number 12, the quiet of a square that didn't quite exist on its own terms. Harry stood on the step with Ron and Hermione behind him, pressed his ring hand flat against the door, and said nothing. The door opened. Not as it had opened when he'd used the Fidelius removed access in 5th year, swinging grudgingly, barely tolerating the intrusion. It opened the way a door opens when it recognizes who's on the other side of it. Smoothly, fully, with the particular quality of a house that has been waiting to do exactly this. The entrance hall was dark. Then it wasn't, because the house turned on its own lights. Well, Ron said. They moved through the ground floor quickly and practically. Hermione had done the research on the locket's likely location, Regulus Black's notes, preserved in the family library, which she'd been cross-referencing with the Black family correspondence she'd accessed during their earlier stays here. The locket was in the drawing room, in a locked cabinet that the house opened for Harry before he'd looked at it twice, resting in a velvet case alongside a dozen other Black family heirlooms that had the various magical signatures of objects collected by a family with deep, complicated, powerful magical history and no uniform philosophy about what was worth keeping. The locket was unmistakable. Wrong in the same way the diadem had been wrong, that specific quality of contaminated beauty, the ornate S worked into the gold, the weight of something imprisoned in something else. Harry opened it with the sword. The sound it made was the same as the diadem, that crack running through 2 layers of reality simultaneously, and the room felt briefly different in the way that only Harry could register, the founding compact warmth reading the locket's destruction the way it had read the diadems. 2 down of the external ones. 2, Hermione said, looking at her notebook. She said it with satisfaction and grief in equal measure, which was the correct response. They were back at Hogwarts for dinner. The school received Harry with the quiet attentiveness it had been showing him all week, corridors adjusting, staircases rearranging, the ambient magic of the place oriented toward him like sunflowers toward light. Ron had noticed it, he'd mentioned on Wednesday, with the wry understatement of someone who has seen a lot of extraordinary things and has made a philosophical adjustment toward acceptance, that the 4th-floor staircase had declined to trick Harry and tricked him instead, which was honestly a bit rude. Harry had apologized to Ron. The school, he suspected, would not. Sunday was quiet in the way Sundays are quiet before something significant, the ordinary texture of the weekend covering something that everyone in Harry's immediate vicinity could feel approaching but that hadn't arrived yet. Hermione did her homework with the focus of someone who has decided that academic standards do not pause for impending institutional confrontations. Ron played chess against himself and lost, which put him in an odd mood. Harry did his transfiguration essay with Godric reading over his shoulder and offering opinions on the theory of human-to-animal transformation that were both genuinely useful and chronologically inconsistent with anything in the curriculum, which Harry decided to treat as original insight rather than anachronism. The owl arrived Sunday evening. It came during dinner, which was when Dumbledore chose to send it. Harry understood the timing immediately, because sending it at dinner meant it arrived publicly, in the Great Hall, in front of everyone, and the public delivery of a headmaster's owl to a student carried its own message about the power dynamics being asserted. "Look at this," the timing said. "This is still my house." Harry opened it without hurrying. The letter was 2 pages in Dumbledore's small, precise hand. Harry read it once quickly and once slowly, and both readings produced the same result, a controlled, careful, entirely reasonable-sounding document that was doing several things simultaneously. The first thing it did was acknowledge, with generous grace, that Harry had raised legitimate concerns about governance structures that deserved proper examination. This was the opening Dumbledore always used when ceding ground on the surface to maintain control underneath, agree with the premise, control the process. The second thing it did was frame the extraordinary board session as potentially destabilizing during a critical period of the war against Voldemort. This was the argument Harry had expected and that Marchbanks had warned him about, the war as a reason to postpone inconvenient accountability. The third thing was the one that made Harry set the letter down on the table and look at nothing for approximately 3 seconds. "I am also concerned, Harry, about the welfare of the people closest to you during this difficult period. The Weasley family, who have given you so much, particularly in light of recent events at the Ministry, they remain exposed in ways that I would very much like to address more formally, with your cooperation. Hermione Granger's parents, who are Muggle and therefore particularly vulnerable to the current climate. I mention this not as a threat, you know me better than that, I hope, but because the safety of those we love is always the most important consideration, and I would not want the current misunderstanding to leave any of your loved ones less protected than they should be." Ron, sitting beside Harry, leaned over and read it. His expression went through several things, ending on something very flat and very still that was the Ron Weasley version of fury so complete it had gone past heat into cold. Ron started. "Yes," Harry said. "He called my family, yes." Hermione read it over Harry's other shoulder and made a sound that was barely audible but carried the quality of someone arriving at the end of something. Not the angry end. The finished end, the place where a person runs out of available charity and finds what's underneath. Harry folded the letter carefully, put it in his pocket, and went back to his food with the surface calm of someone who had just made a decision so complete it didn't need expression. Under the table, the ring burned cold for exactly 2 seconds. Then it went warm again, but different. The warmth of all 4 presences, fully alert, fully present, oriented toward him with an intensity he hadn't felt since the first night in the chamber. He waited until dinner was over and the common room was full enough that the ambient noise would cover a quiet conversation, and then he went to the corner table where Ron and Hermione had followed him without being asked, and put the letter on the table between them. "He's not going to hurt your family," Harry said to Ron. "Or your parents," to Hermione. "That letter is telling me he could, not that he will. It's leverage, not a plan." "For now," Ron said, in that flat voice. "For now," Harry agreed. "Which means we move before now has a chance to become something else." He looked at them both. "Hermione. Your parents, can they be moved? Somewhere not on record?" "I've been thinking about that since the war escalated in summer," she said. Her voice was very steady, the kind of steady that costs something. "There's an option there's a way to ensure they'd be safe regardless of what happens here. A memory modification, comprehensive, so they wouldn't know." She stopped. Harry looked at her. "Hermione. It would work," she said. "They'd be safe. They just wouldn't, for a period, they wouldn't know about this." "About me." Her jaw was tight. "That's not a decision you have to make right now," Harry said. "And it's not a decision anyone else gets to make for you. But if you decide you want to, I will help you. We both will." He looked at Ron, who nodded without hesitation. Hermione looked at the table for a moment. Then she nodded. "Ron. The Weasleys. Mum's not going to leave the burrow," Ron said immediately. "If I told her to leave she'd want to know why and then she'd want to come here and personally address the situation with Dumbledore, which would be," he made a gesture that summarized the chaos this would produce. "But Dad works for the Ministry. He'll have some protection through that, and the Burrow's wards are better than they look. Bill and Fleur are at Shell Cottage. Charlie's in Romania." He paused. "Fred and George are above their shop in Diagon Alley, which is basically a fortress of experimental magic at this point." "Percy," Harry said. Ron's face did something complicated. "Percy's at the Ministry. We're not exactly," he stopped. "I'll write him. He doesn't have to know everything. Just enough to be careful." "Good," Harry said. He went up to the Founders' chamber alone that night, because what he needed to say needed to be said without managing an audience. All four were waiting for him. He put the letter on the table and looked at them. "He used the Weasleys," he said. "And Hermione's parents." Godric's expression didn't change, but the atmosphere of the room changed with the same abruptness as a fire suddenly given more air. "He threatened your people." He was careful about how he said it. "It's deniable." "It's a threat," Godric said, and this was not the furious version of his anger but the colder one, which Harry had come to understand was significantly more dangerous. "I don't care how carefully he constructed the language. He looked at the people you love and he used them as leverage. That is what this is." "I know. The board meeting is 3 days away," Salazar said. He'd picked up the letter and was reading it with the expression of someone dissecting a strategy. "He's accelerating. He wouldn't have sent this if he felt the board meeting was manageable. He's feeling pressure." He set the letter down. "Which means we've done something right and he's responding. The question is whether this changes our approach to Wednesday." "It doesn't," Harry said. Salazar looked at him. "We go to the board meeting with everything we have," Harry said. "We don't pull back because he's made it personal. He made it personal because we're working. We're going to keep working." He held Salazar's gaze. "But I want protections on the Weasleys and on Hermione's parents that don't depend on Dumbledore's goodwill, and I want them in place before Wednesday." "What kind of protections?" Helga said. "The founding compact," Harry said. "Rowena, the heir paramount designation. Does it carry any protective power? A formal designation of people under the heir's protection?" Rowena was already at the wall, her hand against the stone, pulling records. "Yes," she said, after a moment. A formal heir paramount declaration of protection, Custodia Suprema, is recognized under preministry law and carries weight with Gringotts ward structures and with any magical contract system predating 1400. It's not the same as an unbreakable vow and it's not a physical ward. But it creates a legal and magical record that any harm to the named individuals constitutes an attack on the founding compact, which triggers old responses. What responses? Gringotts freezes every account belonging to anyone who acts against the protected parties. Old magical families feel it, there's a curse-adjacent effect on anyone who willingly raises a wand against a Custodia-protected person. It's not lethal. It's incapacitating. She paused. And it's public. It's filed with Gringotts and with the old magical registries that still exist. Anyone who researches the Weasley family or Hermione Granger's parents would see it. It's a deterrent, Salazar said. A visible one. Do it, Harry said. The ceremony was simpler than he expected, the ring's authority, Rowena's guidance through the Latin, and a declaration spoken aloud into the school's awareness, with the castle as witness. Harry named them, Arthur and Molly Weasley, William, Charles, Percy, Frederick, George, Ronald, and Ginevra Weasley, and Hermione Granger, and her parents Emma and Hugh Granger. The ring burned bright and clean while he spoke, and the school acknowledged it with the particular low resonance he'd felt during the enchantment restoration, foundations responding, old law activating, the weight of something genuine settling over the named people like a cloak they couldn't see but that was nonetheless real. When it was done he felt it through the ring, a different warmth for each name, like having new people added to a map he was carrying. Helga exhaled. Good, she said quietly. Will Dumbledore feel it? Harry asked. He'll feel something changed, Rowena said. He won't know exactly what. The Custodia is old enough that it predates his expertise, he's brilliant in his era, but this is 1,000 years before his era. Monday morning, Harry old Ragnarok with a formal Custodia Suprema filing request and a sealed copy of the declaration. The response came by midday, filed, witnessed, registered. Effective immediately. R. He showed Hermione and Ron the Gringotts receipt. Ron read it and looked at it and said nothing for a moment, then said, You named Percy. Yes. Ron looked at the table. He doesn't, he's not, we're not close right now. He's still yours, Harry said. That matters. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then he folded the receipt carefully and put it in his pocket, and his face did the thing it sometimes did, the thing where Ron's capacity for genuine feeling, which was considerable, came briefly to the surface before he decided to be practical about it. Right, he said. Okay. Monday afternoon, Dumbledore called Harry to his office. Not a letter this time. McGonagall, in person, after the afternoon classes, with the expression of someone who has been given a task they are performing with professional precision because professional precision is their preferred mechanism for getting through things they don't entirely like. Harry went. He was getting familiar with the spiral stair, which had the irony of being something he'd walked with anxiety for years and now walked with the particular calm of someone who knows exactly what they're walking into and has stopped being frightened of it. Dumbledore was at his desk. He looked tired in a way he hadn't on Thursday, not dramatically, not collapsed, but a quality of accumulated weight that Harry could see more clearly now than he used to, when he'd been used to seeing Dumbledore as an immovable structure rather than a person. Please sit, Harry. Harry sat. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. I want to apologize, he said, for the tone of my letter yesterday. The passage regarding the Weasley family and Miss Granger's parents was, not what I intended it to be. Harry said nothing. I meant it as a genuine expression of concern about the protections we can offer during this period, Dumbledore continued. I see, reading it again, that it could be read differently, and I am sorry for the distress that may have caused. I filed a Custodia Suprema with Gringotts this morning, Harry said. For all of them. It's registered. A silence. Dumbledore's expression did something brief and contained, the equivalent, in his particular emotional register, of significant surprise. I see, he said. He was quiet for a moment. You know what that entails? Yes. Where did you? He stopped. The founding compact records. Yes. Dumbledore looked at his desk. When he looked up, something in his face had changed, not defeat, but a kind of recalibration that was visible in the quality of his attention shifting. Harry, he said, and his voice was quieter than it had been, the formality dropping slightly in the way it did when Dumbledore was being most genuine. I need you to understand something about what this week is going to look like. Tell me. The board meeting. The Wizengamot challenge. Whatever you have planned, and I can see you have planned it carefully, more carefully than I expected and more than I have historically given you credit for, and I acknowledge that, he paused. The ministry's position is not neutral. Scrimgeour wants stability. He will interpret any challenge to the school's current governance as destabilizing, and he will respond to that interpretation with the ministry's institutional weight. That weight includes horrors. It includes legal frameworks that override founding compact law in the ministry's view. He held Harry's gaze. I am not telling you this to frighten you. I am telling you because the ministry being involved in this conflict means it is no longer just between you and me. It stopped being just between you and me when you put a hold on my finances at age 5, Harry said. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Yes. That's fair. I'm not afraid of Scrimgeour, Harry said. I know you're not. That's partly what concerns me. He looked at him steadily. He will try to use you, Harry. Not the way I have used you, he won't be subtle about it. He'll want you as a ministry figurehead in the war. He'll see this conflict as an opportunity to position the ministry as the institution that protected Harry Potter from Dumbledore's overreach, and in doing so he'll try to acquire the exact kind of control over you that you're currently fighting me for. Harry sat with this. It was true. He knew it was true. Scrimgeour had already tried it once, over Christmas last year, the request to be seen with the ministry, to make public statements, to become an emblem. Harry had refused. He would refuse again. But Dumbledore was right that the ministry's entry into this conflict created a new vector, and the fact that Dumbledore was warning him about it genuinely was complicated. Thank you, Harry said. For the warning. Dumbledore looked slightly surprised. He covered it quickly, but Harry caught it. It doesn't change Wednesday, Harry said. I expected it wouldn't. Harry stood. I want to say something before I go. Dumbledore looked at him. I know what you've done and I know why you did it, and I am not going to pretend that I think you're a villain, because I don't. You're someone who has been fighting darkness for most of your life and who decided somewhere along the way that the best way to fight it was to control every variable you could reach, and then you carried that decision further than you should have. He held Dumbledore's gaze. But I am done being a variable you control. And what happens Wednesday is going to reflect that. Not because I want to destroy you. Because I need the thing you built around me to stop existing. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The blue eyes were very clear, very tired, very full of something that Harry could not entirely read, but that had the quality of a man looking at something he had made and recognizing both its quality and its cost. You know, Dumbledore said quietly, that Godric would have said something very similar to me, if I'd tried to tell him what battles to fight. I know, Harry said. He's mentioned it. Something crossed Dumbledore's face that was, despite everything, genuine, a flash of rueful recognition, old and human. How is he? Furious, Harry said. And glad you're asking. In that order. He left for the second time and the spiral stair carried him down and the school carried him home, and he went to find Hermione and Ron and tell them to be ready for Wednesday, and to be ready for the ministry, and to be ready for the thing that was coming after the board meeting when all the careful institutional maneuvering would be exhausted and whatever was left would be something more direct. War had a cost. He'd always known that. What he was learning was that the cost showed up before the battle, in the people you loved and the choices you made to keep them safe, and that paying it clearly and with full understanding was the difference between being someone who fought and being someone who endured. He had stopped enduring. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room, both looking up when he came in with the expressions of people who are ready. He sat down, took out a piece of parchment, and started writing a list of everything that needed to happen before Wednesday morning. The ring was steady on his hand. All four of them, present and prepared. The school around him, awake and attentive, with 3 days left before the room filled up and the declarations stopped being private. 3 days. He wrote, and planned, and did not look at the thing in the drawer. Soon, he told it. Soon. Chapter 7, The Battle of Hogwarts. Roots. Wednesday arrived the way significant days always arrived, indistinguishable from any other morning until you were already in it, and then suddenly entirely itself. Harry came down to breakfast at 7, ate properly because Helga had been very clear about this on Tuesday night in a way that brooked no argument, and sat with Ron and Hermione in the particular quiet of people who have done all their preparation and are now simply waiting for the clock to agree with them. The great hall hummed with its ordinary Wednesday energy, homework being finished in desperate last-minute bursts, Quidditch arguments running at 3 tables simultaneously, the smell of coffee and toast and the low amber of the enchanted ceiling showing an overcast November sky that had decided not to commit to rain but wasn't ruling it out. Dumbledore was at the high table, present and composed, talking to Professor Flitwick with the unhurried attention of a man whose schedule did not visibly reflect the Board of Governors' extraordinary session beginning at 10 o'clock in the school's formal assembly chamber, a room that Harry had never been in, that most students didn't know existed, located behind a door on the first floor that presented as a blank stretch of wall unless you knew the governance compact that opened it. He knew it now. Rowena had given him every word. At 8:30, Harry told Ron and Hermione to go to class and not come. Both of them looked at him. "It's a governor's meeting," he said. "You can't be in the room. It'll undermine the legal standing if I bring friends," Ron said. "The impression that I needed support," Harry said. "You do need support," Hermione said. "I have 4 people with me who have been dead for 1,000 years, Harry said. "I think I'm covered." Ron looked at the ring. "Fair point." Hermione's expression went through 3 things and settled on trusting him, which was the one that cost her most and which she deployed anyway. "Come find us the moment it's over." "First thing," Harry said. He went to the first floor at 9:45 and stood outside the blank wall and waited, and the school told him, through the ring's quiet intelligence channel, who was arriving. Augusta Longbottom came at 9:50, hat first through the main corridor, with the bearing of someone who had been in institutional fights before and found them invigorating. She gave Harry a nod that carried weight. Griselda Marchbanks came at 9:55, looked at Harry, said "ready," in the same flat tone she used for everything, and when he said yes she turned to the wall and opened the door with her own authority as a sitting governor, a different mechanism from Harry's, less foundational, but valid. The other 9 governors arrived in the following 10 minutes. Harry watched them come, reading faces with the attention he'd been developing for months now, the 5 aligned with Dumbledore, moving with the quiet confidence of people who had been briefed and believe their position is secure. The 2 neutral to positive, uncertain, watching. The 2 with institutional concerns, Longbottom and Marchbanks, already in conference by the time the others filed in. And Emmeline Vance's cousin, Aline, careful woman named Tobias Vance who had the quality of someone who had made decisions in his professional life that required the careful subordination of personal loyalty to institutional principle, and who had clearly made one such decision this morning. Dumbledore arrived at 2 minutes to 10. He came alone, without theatre, in his usual deep blue robes, and the quality of his composure was extraordinary, entirely intact, warm, acknowledging Harry in the corridor with a small nod that contained within it the particular dignity of a man who has decided how he wants to carry himself through a difficult day and is carrying himself that way. Harry nodded back, because Helga had said something in the Founders' Chamber about how you treat people in difficult moments being a reflection of who you are, not who they are, and Harry had decided to take it seriously. The assembly chamber was older than it looked. Behind the blank wall was a room that still had the founding architecture in it, not the carved serpent grammar of the Chamber of Secrets, but the earlier building language of Hogwarts' first years, when 4 people had been constructing something without a template and the stones showed it. Round table, 12 chairs plus one at its head, the walls carrying portraits of every Hogwarts headmaster in a configuration that differed from the headmaster's office. Here they were arranged equally, no hierarchy of placement, and they were all awake and watching with the attention of people who had been waiting for exactly this. Harry stood at the table's edge and did not sit, because sitting would have placed him as a supplicant in someone else's meeting. He waited. Augusta Longbottom called the session to order with a compact efficiency that left no room for preamble. Extraordinary session, called under Article 7 of the board's founding charter, matter of governance review, all members present. The first 15 minutes were procedural, Dumbledore's aligned governors attempting 3 separate delays, 2 procedural challenges, and 1 request for a continuance pending ministry review. Augusta Longbottom denied all of them, each denial delivered with the flat precision of someone who has read the charter in question considerably more carefully than the people attempting to invoke it. Marchbanks sat beside her and said nothing, which was more effective than anything she could have said, the silence of someone who is keeping their specific contribution in reserve. Then Longbottom introduced the matter formally, and Harry stepped forward. He hadn't prepared a speech. Godric had been insistent about this. Speeches are for people who need to convince themselves, he'd said, on Tuesday night, with the voice of someone who had given a significant number of speeches and knew exactly when they worked and when they didn't. You know what you know. Say it. So Harry said it. He put the pensieve on the table and said what was in it and why it mattered and what the founding compact said about the authority that had been exercised over the school's enchantments without consent, without proper authorization, and in some cases with deliberately falsified documentation. He said it in 10 minutes, clearly, without dramatics, and when he finished he put his ring hand flat on the table and let the heir paramount designation speak for itself. The 5 aligned governors tried. They were competent, several of them, the arguments were good, the framing was careful, and twice Harry felt the room shift in ways that required him to wait and let Marchbanks correct the legal record rather than intervening himself, because Marchbanks correcting the legal record was more powerful than Harry correcting it. Dumbledore spoke once, at length. It was the best argument Harry had ever heard made for a position he disagreed with, genuinely compelling, grounded in real history and real danger and the specific context of Voldemort's return, the war, the casualties, the particular responsibility of a man who had spent his life on the front lines of darkness and had made difficult decisions that history would judge more kindly than the present moment was inclined to. He acknowledged the governance irregularities with honest candor. He framed them as emergency measures that had never been adequately reviewed. He expressed, with what Harry could feel was genuine emotion, his respect for Harry's capacity and his regret for the ways his management had caused harm. It was very good. The 3 neutral governors moved visibly. And then Godric Gryffindor became visible in the room. Not gradually, all at once, standing beside Harry, solid and present in the assembled authority of someone who had not appeared in any room in 1,000 years and had strong opinions about the first room he'd chosen to appear in. The assembly chamber went absolutely silent. The portraits on the walls, every headmaster Hogwarts had ever had, went still in a different way, a collective intake of breath that had no breath in it. Dumbledore looked at him. Godric looked at Dumbledore. I built this school, Godric said, and his voice in the stone chamber had the quality of something that had always been part of the building returning to it. I laid the first ward. I cut the first stone. I sat in rooms like this one for 20 years arguing with Salazar about architecture and with Rowena about enchantment theory and with Helga about everything else, and I watched this place become something that was worth all of it. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. What you have built here is impressive. You are an impressive wizard and an impressive man, and what you have done in the service of this school and this world is real and it deserves acknowledgement. He paused. It does not deserve silence about what you have done to the institution itself. You have restructured what we built to serve your authority rather than its own. That is not stewardship. That is possession. The room was very still. I am not here to adjudicate your personal character, Godric said. I am here because the ring has an heir and the heir has called us, and what we found when we arrived is a school that needs to be reminded of what it is. He looked at the 12 governors. The founding compact predates every authority you can invoke to resist it. Harry Potter carries it. The documentation is in that pensive. The heir paramount designation is registered with Gringotts and recognized under preministry law. He looked back at Dumbledore. The question before this board is not whether to agree. The compact does not require agreement. The question is whether this institution will recognize its own founding law or whether it will continue to pretend that law does not apply to convenient people. Silence. Griselda Marchbanks said, into the silence, I move that the board formally recognize the heir paramount designation and commission an independent review of all governance enchantment changes made since 1945 with remediation authority vested in the founding compact heir. Seconded, said Augusta Longbottom. Seconded, said Tobias Vance. The vote was 8-4. The 4 who voted against did so with the expressions of people who had already known they were going to lose and had decided to maintain their position anyway, which Harry respected more than he expected to. He would have done the same. Dumbledore did not vote. As headmaster he was present but non-voting, and he sat through the result with the composure he had maintained all morning, entirely intact on the surface, whatever was happening underneath visible only as a quality of stillness that had changed its character subtly from confident to considered. The session closed at 12:15. In the corridor afterward, Augusta Longbottom paused beside Harry and said, quietly, that was well done, and walked away before he could respond, which he was fairly sure was deliberate. Marchbanks said, the Wisengamot challenge is filed. That process takes weeks. The board decision is immediate. Scrimgeour's people will be here by Friday. She looked at him with her sharp, flat attention. Be ready for a different conversation. I will be, Harry said. She left. The governors dispersed. And Harry stood in the first-floor corridor with Godric's presence folding back into the ring and the school's intelligence telling him, through the warm channel of the founding compact connection, that Dumbledore had gone directly from the assembly chamber to his office, that he had immediately opened a flux call, and that the quality of the magic he was using had the signature of something being accelerated. He had 15 minutes of feeling like something had been achieved before he understood that the hardest part had not happened yet. The message came at 2 o'clock, while Harry was in the Founders' chamber telling Hermione and Ron what had happened. Not an owl. A physical note, slid under the chamber door, which should have been impossible because no one was supposed to know the chamber existed and the door was warded on 6 levels by founding compact authority. The note was in a handwriting he didn't recognize. 3 lines, the cup is no longer at Gringotts. Moved yesterday. Lestrange vault was emptied. Someone warned them. A friend. Harry stared at it. Hermione read it over his shoulder. Someone told Voldemort, she said. About the Horcrux hunt. Ron had gone very still. Who knew? Harry thought about who knew. The Founders. Hermione and Ron. Ragnarok. The Gringotts inspection request. The filing for Custodia Suprema, which was public. Anyone with access to Gringotts' old magical registries would have seen the Custodia filing and could have inferred the heir paramount's interest in a Horcrux's location from the context of the Lestrange vault inspection request. It was the registration, Rowena said, from the ring. The Custodia filing was visible. Anyone with deep access to the old registries, Death Eaters have been in those systems since the First War. They saw the inspection request and the filing simultaneously and made the correct inference. So Voldemort knows we're hunting, Harry said. He likely already knew in a general sense, Salazar said. He knows the Horcruxes are his vulnerability. He's been moving them. This may have accelerated his timeline but not changed his knowledge. Where is it now? Ron said. We don't know, Harry said. Your friend, Hermione said, looking at the note. Does anyone? No idea, Harry said. He looked at the handwriting. It wasn't a handwriting he could place, and the note carried no magical signature he could identify, which suggested either a very good concealment charm or someone who had written it at enough remove from their own magic that the imprint was faint. He put it in his pocket. "We need to find the cup," he said. "And we need to," he stopped. The school shuddered. Not physically, not the stone shaking, not the kind of tremor that sent things falling from shelves. This was a magical shudder, the founding compact connection going briefly sharp and then wrong, like a string suddenly struck too hard. Harry felt it through the ring in his bones and his back and his teeth, and he was on his feet before he'd consciously decided to stand. "What was that?" Ron said. "The wards," Harry said. Something hit the wards. He was already moving. The ring told him as he ran, the founding compact connection flowing information through the school's intelligence like blood through a nervous system. The outer wards had been struck. Not gently. Something had arrived at the school's perimeter with significant force and was pressing against the outermost enchantment layer with a sustained magical pressure that the castle was resisting but feeling. Not Voldemort. Not his signature. Harry would have known Voldemort's signature, had felt it before in ways he couldn't fully describe. Something else. Multiple presences. And underneath them, a pattern that Salazar identified before Harry could reach the right word for it. "Compulsion ward dissolution," Salazar said, sharply. "Someone is trying to unpick the school's protective enchantments from the outside. Not break through, dissolve. Methodically." A pause. "This is ministry work. Authorized ministry-grade ward dissolution." Scrimgeour moved faster than expected. Harry hit the 7th-floor staircase at speed. "How long do the outer wards hold against ministry-grade dissolution?" 3 hours, perhaps 4, with the founding compact reinforcing them. Rowena's voice was precise and fast. "But they're not trying to break in. They're trying to re-establish Pillar 3 from outside, reimpose headmaster authority over the school's governance enchantments. If they get through the outer layer, they can attempt the pillar from the exterior and it will take days to undo." "What stops them?" "You," she said. "The heir paramount standing at the school's perimeter and formally refusing entry. The founding compact gives you that authority. No ministry instrument overrides it." Harry changed direction, heading for the main doors. He hit the entrance hall at a run, past 2 startled 4th years and a portrait of a Tudor-era wizard who called, rather urgent, at his back, slammed through the main doors, and came out onto the stone steps above the grounds to find the November afternoon gone cold and bright, and at the school's perimeter, the invisible line where Hogwarts wards began, a team of 12 ministry aurors in full deployment formation, standing in a practiced arc with their wands extended, and in the air. Above the perimeter line a complex latticework of ministry magic hanging like a surgical instrument above a wound. Behind the aurors, standing slightly apart with the patient quality of a man who has placed pieces and is watching them move, Rufus Scrimgeour, Minister for Magic, in his full official robes, grey-maned and leonine and looking at the school with the particular expression of a politician in the middle of a move he considers both necessary and advantageous. Harry walked down the stone steps and across the grounds, and the school walked with him in the sense that its awareness tracked his every step with focused attention, the wards holding more firmly as he approached them as if the castle was leaning into his approach. He stopped 10 feet inside the perimeter and looked at Scrimgeour through the invisible line. Scrimgeour looked at him. Something moved in the old auror's face, recognition, recalibration, the adjustment of someone who had expected to find a student and had found something else. "Mr. Potter," Scrimgeour said. "I'm sure you understand this is a matter of ministry authority. The governance irregularities at Hogwarts require, step back from the wards," Harry said. Not loudly. Not with anger, that was the thing Scrimgeour had clearly prepared for, had probably prepared defenses against, expecting the teenager's volatile temper. Harry's voice was level and entirely clear and it carried the weight of the school behind it in the way that nothing he'd ever said before had carried anything behind it. Scrimgeour's eyes went to the ring. "The Peverell-Merlin ring," he said, slowly. "Yes," Harry said. Which means the founding compact. Which means the heir paramount designation, registered with Gringotts, witnessed under preministry law that your institution does not supersede. He held the minister's gaze. The ministry's jurisdiction over Hogwarts is administrative and postdates the founding by 900 years. The founding compact is the root law. Your ward dissolution team doesn't have the authority they think they have. Scrimgeour looked at the ring for a moment. Then at the Aurors. Then back at Harry. The calculation happening behind his eyes was visible in the particular way of a man who has been in enough real confrontations to know when a position is defensible and when it isn't. The board's decision this morning, Scrimgeour said, is backed by founding compact law and Gringotts' independent recognition, Harry said. Challenge it through the Wizengamot if you want. The challenge is already filed. Let the process run. He paused. But the ward dissolution stops now. A silence. The ministry magic hanging above the perimeter line pulsed once, held, and then began to dissipate, not because anyone had given an order, but because the Aurors maintaining it were professionals, and professionals read rooms, and this room was reading in a very specific direction. Scrimgeour looked at Harry for a long moment. You know, he said, conversationally, this isn't going to end the war. No, Harry said. It's not. The war ends separately. This is about what the war ends for. He held the minister's gaze. I'll come to the ministry when this is resolved. We can talk about the war then. On my terms. Your terms, Scrimgeour said. The intonation was between a statement and a question, still working out whether it was incredulity or consideration. My terms, Harry confirmed. Which are currently, step back from the school's wards, let the Wizengamot process run without ministry interference, and don't attempt another approach to Hogwarts without formal invitation from the heir paramount's office. He paused. Which I'm in the process of formally establishing. Scrimgeour looked at him for 3 full seconds. Then he made a small gesture to his Auror team and said, We'll be in touch, Mr. Potter, in the tone of a man retreating with dignity, which Harry accepted because dignity in retreat was considerably better than the alternative. He stood at the perimeter and watched them go, and the school's ward settled behind him with the satisfied solidity of something that has held and knows it has held. He walked back to the castle. The main doors opened before he reached them. Inside, the entrance hall was not empty. Word had gotten around. The school's intelligence carried information in ways Harry was still mapping, but students knew things fast in a boarding school, and there were students on the stairs, in the gallery above, clustered in the corridor to the Great Hall. Watching. Not panicking, watching, with the focused attention of people who have understood that something real is happening and are deciding what they think about it. He saw Neville at the top of the stairs, standing with Ginny Weasley, both of them looking down with expressions that were mirrors of something, understanding in something fiercer underneath it. He saw the DA faces, Seamus, Dean, Lavender, Luna who was watching with her customary silver calm as if she had expected exactly this and found it interesting. He saw faces from other houses, Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws who had come out of their common rooms to see, 2 Slytherins in the corridor doorway who were watching with the careful assessment of people deciding which side of something they want to be on. He didn't make a speech. He walked through the entrance hall and the students made room and the school hummed around him and that was enough. Ron and Hermione were at the bottom of the stairs. Ron looked at his face and said, Scrimgeour. He's gone, Harry said. For now. For now, Hermione echoed. Her expression had the quality of someone running 10 steps ahead through implications. The Wizengamot track, the board decision, the ministry stepping back, Harry, this is going to be in the Prophet tomorrow. This is going to be everywhere. Good, Harry said. Let it be everywhere. The evening should have been quiet after that. It tried to be. Harry sat in the Founders' chamber with all 4 fully present and went through the Horcrux problem with a clarity born of the day's work, 2 destroyed, 2 whose locations had changed, 1 mobile, 1 that he was still not looking at directly. The founders were pragmatic about the Horcrux problem in the specific way of people who have thought about dark magic for 1,000 years and approach it as a technical problem rather than an existential one. The cup, Salazar said. If it was moved from the Lestrange vault, it was moved somewhere with existing Dark Ward infrastructure. Voldemort doesn't improvise his hiding places. He uses locations with existing power. His old haunts, Harry said. He spent years in Albania. The orphanage. Places from his past. Not the orphanage, Rowena said. Too exposed, too changed. But there are properties associated with his bloodline. The Gaunt Shack, but that was the ring's location and it's been destroyed. There's a property in the Western Highlands associated with an early Death Eater family who pledged their estate to him. I found the reference in the school's records, a Rosier family holding. Rosier, Harry said. The name connected to something, 5th year, the file on Death Eaters, Broderick Bode's story. Evan Rosier. Killed by Moody in 1981. The estate reverted to trust under the family vaults after his death, Rowena said. Voldemort would have had access through his Death Eater compact. It's a reasonable location. We'll need to go, Harry said. Not tonight, Helga said firmly. Not tonight, Harry agreed, because tonight had already been sufficient and tomorrow was going to be its own thing, and the distinction between brave and reckless was one he was getting better at. But then, at 10 o'clock, when Harry was heading back to Gryffindor Tower through the 7th floor corridor, the ring went cold. Not the sharp cold of magical threat, the other cold, the specific cold it had gone on the night he'd found it in the chamber, when something was coming. But different from that night. That night had been an arrival. This was something else. He stopped walking. The corridor was empty. The school around him was quiet, the ordinary late quiet of a Wednesday night, the ambient hum of hundreds of students existing in their dormitories. Nothing wrong with any of it. Except that the ring was cold, and the coldness had a direction. He followed it. Down 2 floors, through the Charms corridor, past the courtyard windows showing the dark November grounds, and to a door he hadn't consciously been heading toward, the door to the old divination staircase, the one that led to the North Tower. Trelawney's domain. He hadn't had divination since 5th year and had no reason to be here. The door was ajar. He pushed it open, and climbed the ladder into the circular room, and found Albus Dumbledore sitting in the chair by the fireside like a man who had come here specifically because it was the one room in the school where no one would look for him, and he looked, for the first time, completely, without any of the composure held over it, tired. Not the tired of a difficult day. The tired of a man who is running out of time in a way he has known about for a while and has been managing with such skill that the management has become indistinguishable from health. He looked up when Harry came in. He didn't look surprised. "Sit down, Harry," he said. Harry sat in the other chair by the fire. The room was warm and smelled of incense and dust and the particular atmosphere of a space that had been used for predictions for decades and had absorbed the habit of it. Crystal balls on shelves. Teacups. The ceiling painted with stars. "I owe you the rest," Dumbledore said. "The 7th entry," Harry said. "Yes." He was quiet for a moment, hands folded in his lap, the blackened right hand's fingers visible where the glove had been removed. The curse in it had progressed, Harry could see it in the quality of the skin, the spread of the darkness. Months, maybe. Less. "I know what it says," Harry said. "You know the fact of it," Dumbledore said. "I want to give you the context. Not to manage how you receive it, I understand, now, the difference, and I am trying." He looked at the fire. "When I destroyed the Gaunt Ring, I understood immediately what the soul analysis showed. I have been sitting with that knowledge for over a year. I made decisions based on it that I should have shared with you sooner." He paused. "I told myself I was protecting you from the weight of it until you were ready. I am aware, now, that this was the same thinking that has governed every decision I have made about you, and I am aware of what you think of that thinking." "Tell me the context," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. The part of Voldemort's soul that attached itself to you on the night your mother died, it has been there your entire life. It is the reason for your Parseltongue, the connection between your minds, the visions. It is, in the strictest technical sense, a Horcrux. Unintentional, Voldemort did not design it, did not choose it, did not know it had happened for many years. But structurally, magically, it is what it is. He held Harry's gaze. And for a Horcrux to be destroyed, the vessel must be destroyed. I know, Harry said. You've known since you read the entry. I've known since I read the entry. A silence. The fire crackled. Outside, the North Tower's narrow windows showed the darkness of the grounds and the forbidden forest and the sky above it all. There's something you don't know yet, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Merlin's sword, Harry said. Salazar explained it to me. It was built as the antithesis of soul-splitting magic. In the hands of the heir paramount, he paused, and he was very calm, because he had put this in the drawer for 4 days and taken it out twice and looked at it carefully from every angle, and the angle he had arrived at was not peaceful exactly, but it was decided, it can end what soul-splitting creates without ending the vessel. Completely. Irrevocably. Without the usual cost. Dumbledore was very still. Salazar isn't certain, Harry said. He said theoretically. But he also said Merlin built it specifically for this. And the ring and the sword are the same work, the same intention. They're designed to solve this problem. Has he tested this theory against any evidence? Dumbledore asked, and even now, in this stripped-back version of himself, the scholar in him was asking the right questions. Against his knowledge of Merlin's methods and intentions, Harry said. Which is first-hand. And against the sword's behavior when I used it on the diadem and the locket, both times it didn't just destroy the Horcrux fragment. He thought about how to describe it. It was clean. Rowena said it. The sword doesn't damage the vessel. It only takes what was put there without consent. Dumbledore sat with this for a long time. I should have come to you months ago, he said. Yes, Harry said. If I had, I know, Harry said. We're past the point where going back matters. We're at the point where we go forward, and I'm going forward with the sword and the ring and the Founders and the knowledge that if Salazar's theory is wrong I'll find out the hard way, and it won't be because I didn't know the risk. He held Dumbledore's gaze. But I don't think it's wrong. I think Merlin made something specific, and I think I'm the person it was made for, and I think it's going to work. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, careful moment. Something in his face did the thing it had done in the headmaster's office, that raw, unmanaged quality, the thing underneath the composure. In 30 years of teaching, he said quietly, I have met 2 students who had the particular quality of absolute conviction combined with genuine intelligence. One of them is sitting across from me. The other one, he stopped. The other one became Voldemort. Which is why, for many years, I treated conviction in you as something to be managed rather than trusted. He held Harry's gaze. I was wrong. The difference between you and Tom Riddle has never been your power or your intelligence. It has been what you are convinced of. Harry said nothing. Tom was convinced the world owed him survival, Dumbledore said. You are convinced it owes the people in it the chance to live. Those are not equivalent convictions. He looked at the fire. I should have trusted yours sooner. The room was very quiet. Harry stood up after a moment, and the ring was warm and steady, and all 4 presences in it were very still in the particular way of people who have witnessed something true. The cup is at the Rosier estate, Harry said. We're going tomorrow. Dumbledore looked up at him. You know where it is. We think so. We'll confirm through the school's intelligence before we go. He paused. You know things about Voldemort's magical architecture that would help. The snake, Nagini's location, patterns of movement, how he keeps her close. If you're willing to give that to me directly rather than through a planned unveiling at a moment of your choosing. A pause. Then Dumbledore stood, and went to his desk, not the headmaster's desk in the office above. This was Trelawney's desk in a divination classroom, but he had apparently come here with something in mind, and took a folder from inside his robes and held it out. Harry took it. He looked at Dumbledore. "Everything I have on Nagini," Dumbledore said. "And the 7th Horcruxes, your situation. Salazar's theory about the sword is also in there. I had independently reached a similar conclusion, which I should have told you." He held Harry's gaze. "I am not managing it anymore. This is all of it." Harry took the folder. "Thank you," he said. He climbed down from the North Tower and went through the school, which carried him home through the dark corridors with the quiet attention of something that had seen the day unfold and found it sufficient. Tomorrow, the Rosier estate, the cup, and a step closer to the thing at the end of all of this that he was now walking toward with his eyes open. All 4 of them, with him. The school at his back. 3 Horcruxes down, 2 external ones left, and the one that was internal and which he was going to handle with a sword that had been waiting 1,000 years to be exactly what it needed to be. He went to sleep without putting anything in any drawers. There was nothing left to defer. Chapter 8. The world after the Rosier estate was in the Western Highlands, 3 hours by broomstick or 30 seconds by side-along apparition to a point half a mile from the property's outer wards. Harry chose apparition. He and Ron and Hermione landed in a field of dead November grass with the grey sky sitting low above them and the smell of cold air and old magic coming from the tree-line ahead. They'd left at dawn, before the school woke. Harry had left a note for McGonagall, not asking permission, just stating the fact, and the school had let them out through a side door near the greenhouses that Harry hadn't known existed until the castle showed it to him. Small practical gift, no ceremony. He'd appreciated it. The Rosier property wasn't dramatic. That was the thing about places where dark magic had been embedded over decades, they didn't look like anything specific. An old manor house showing through the trees, stone gone dark with weather and neglect, windows intact but lightless, grounds gone to seed in the particular way of land that has been magically maintained and then abruptly not. The outer wards were still running. Harry felt them from 200 meters out, a low pressure of deterrence magic that had the character of something designed in the 70s and not updated since. He walked through them. Not dramatically. The ring's founding compact authority didn't announce itself or blaze with light. It simply was what it was, and the wards read it, and the deterrence pressure parted around him and Ron and Hermione the way water parts around a hand. Ron looked behind them at the ward boundary. "That's going to keep being weird," he said, "and I'm going to keep appreciating it." The house itself was unlocked, not unprotected, but the protections were layered on top of the base structure rather than integrated into it, which meant they were removable rather than architectural. Rowena, present and focused, talked Harry through 3 of them at the front door while Salazar handled the 4th one, which had a Parseltongue trigger that he dissolved with 2 words and an expression of mild professional contempt for the quality of the enchantment work. "Voldemort did not put his best people on this," Salazar said. "Maybe he was distracted," Ron suggested. "He is frequently distracted by his own self-regard," Salazar said, with the flat delivery of someone stating an observable fact. The cup was in the cellar. It was exactly what Dumbledore's file had described, ornate, gold, Hufflepuff's badger worked into the metal, and profoundly, unmistakably wrong in the way all of them were wrong. Harry felt Helga's presence in the ring go sharp and still the moment he saw it, the same quality Rowena had brought to the diadem, recognition and violation running simultaneously through old grief. He didn't pause. He took out the sword, and brought it down, and the cup came apart with the same resonant crack as the others, that frequency that lived beneath the physical world, the sound of something forcibly removed from what it had been jammed into. The fragment of Voldemort's soul dispersed into nothing. Helga was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Good," the word carrying the same weight Rowena's thank you had carried, something set down, something resolved. "For," Hermione said, from behind him, notebook already open. "Nagini and the last one," Ron said. Not looking at Harry when he said it, which was the particular tact of someone who understood that some facts needed space around them. They were back at Hogwarts by 9 in the morning. The castle received them with the attentiveness Harry had stopped noticing because it had become ordinary, and the ordinary texture of it was its own kind of gift, normalizing the fact that the school was on his side, making it feel like something that had always been true, which in a sense it had. He went to Dumbledore's office. The door was open. Dumbledore was there, and he was not alone. McGonagall was sitting across from him, and the quality of the conversation Harry had interrupted was evidently significant because they both looked up with the particular expression of people who had been talking about something difficult and were not displeased to have it interrupted. "The cup is destroyed," Harry said, from the doorway. Dumbledore exhaled once, quietly. "Where was it?" "Rosier Estate, Western Highlands. Cellar. Wards weren't updated." He stepped inside. "Nagini. Your file said she's rarely more than 50 meters from Voldemort in settled positions, but she ranges further when he's in operational mode. Do you have his current location?" "A property in Wiltshire. The Malfoy estate." Dumbledore looked at him steadily. "He has been there since October." "Then that's where we go." McGonagall said, carefully, "Harry. You are talking about walking into Voldemort's current base of operations." "Yes," Harry said. "With the sword, the ring, and a theory that Salazar Slytherin considers reliable." He held her gaze. "I'm not asking for permission." McGonagall looked at him for a long moment with the expression she used when she was making an assessment that she was going to make honestly regardless of what it cost her. "No," she said, "I don't suppose you are." She paused. "But you should know that I have been your teacher for 6 years, and whatever I may have missed or misread about your situation, I have never once doubted what you are capable of." She held his gaze. "Don't die, Potter." "That's the plan," Harry said. Dumbledore said, "There is something else. The soul fragment in you, Salazar's theory about the sword. Have you tested it?" "Against the others, yes. The behavior matches what he described." "And you're certain you want to, that you're willing to?" "Yes," Harry said. "Simply. Completely. The way you say something you've already made peace with." Dumbledore looked at him. "Then I want to tell you one thing, before you go. Not strategy. Not information." He paused, and his voice when he continued was stripped of all its professional architecture, just the voice of a man saying something true. "I have made very many mistakes in my handling of your life. I have been wrong in ways that cost you things you cannot get back. If I had understood sooner, if I had trusted you sooner, many things would have been different." He held Harry's gaze. "But the one thing I was never wrong about was this: you are not a consequence of what happened to you. You never were. Whatever you were shaped to be, you became something different, and you became it entirely on your own." Harry stood in the doorway of the headmaster's office and held that for a moment. "I know," he said. "Thank you." He went to find Ron and Hermione. They were in the common room. The common room was not empty. It was 11 in the morning, most of the house was in class, but there were a handful of students who had free periods, and Neville was there, and Ginny, and Luna, who had apparently drifted in from Ravenclaw Tower because Luna's relationship with physical barriers had always been somewhat conceptual. They all looked up when Harry came in, and the quality of their attention had changed from what it had been at the beginning of the week. It had a different weight to it, an orientation. He'd noticed it in the corridors. The DA kids. Certain Hufflepuffs. Even some Slytherins, the ones who read situations accurately and had accurate situations to read. He looked at Ron and Hermione and said, "Today." Ron put down his chess piece. Hermione closed her book. Neither of them asked if he was sure. Neville stood up from his chair. Harry looked at him. "I'm not asking to come," Neville said, quickly. I understand what you're going to do and I know it's not, I just wanted to say. The DA. If you need people to hold something here, to manage anything at the school, we're here. Whatever you need." Harry looked at Neville Longbottom, whose grandmother had seconded the extraordinary session, whose parents were in a ward at St. Mungo's because of what the war had already taken from him, who had stood in a corridor in 5th year with a broken nose and told Harry he couldn't give up, and who had meant it then and meant it now. "I know," Harry said. "Thank you, Neville." Ginny was looking at Harry with the particular directness she'd always had, the kind that didn't make room for comfortable vagueness. "Come back," she said. "Yeah," he said. Luna said, "The Nargles are very quiet today," and then, in a different voice, perfectly clear and completely herself, "Good luck, Harry." He took Ron and Hermione, and the three of them went. The Malfoy estate in Wiltshire was not like the Rosier property. It was not neglected or dark or lightless. It was enormous and maintained and radiating the particular cold grandeur of a place that had been wealthy and important for many centuries and knew it. The wards around it were extraordinary, layered, sophisticated, recent additions on top of old foundations, the magical equivalent of a fortress that had been continuously upgraded by someone with considerable intelligence and resources. Harry could feel them from 500 meters out, pressing against the ring's awareness with the hostile attention of enchantments designed to identify and stop exactly what he was. He stopped at the tree-line and looked at it. "The outer wards have a dark mark trigger," Rowena said. "Anyone who approaches without the mark encounters progressive resistance. It becomes actively hostile at 200 meters. Can you work through it?" Harry said. "The founding compact has no special authority over Death Eater wards. These weren't built on anything I can override." She paused. "But the sword can cut ward structures as well as Horcruxes." "Salazar?" "Yes," Salazar said. "The outermost layer, 3 passes, in sequence. I'll give you the points." Harry took out the sword. He moved through the wards with Salazar directing him, 3 precise movements of the blade through points in the air that corresponded to the ward structural nodes, the same action he'd used on Horcruxes but applied differently, surgical rather than terminal. The outer ward dissolved. The second layer he and Rowena worked through together, a combination of the ring's authority redirecting one part while the sword cut another. The third, innermost layer required Salazar to be visible, standing beside Harry with his hand on Harry's wrist guiding the angle, and the ward came apart with a sound that was entirely mundane, a low crack, like ice, like something under too much pressure finally giving. They were inside the perimeter. Hermione had a hand on her wand and her expression had the focused calm of someone who is genuinely afraid and has decided that fear is useful information rather than a problem to solve. Ron was on Harry's left, wand out, jaw set in the way that meant he'd made his peace with whatever came next. Both of them were under the Custodia Suprema and Harry felt their names in the ring's warmth the way he had since the filing, present, registered, under the old protection, and that was the best he could do and he knew it and moved. The estate was quiet. No Death Eaters at the outer grounds, which meant they were inside or deployed elsewhere, and Harry didn't know which was better. He moved quickly across the formal gardens, the winter-bare hedgerows casting long shadows in the thin November light, and felt through the ring's connection to the school's intelligence, not the school itself, they were far from Hogwarts now, but the ring's own awareness, which had its own older perceptions, the signature of extreme dark magic from the east wing of the house. Voldemort. The ring had felt his presence before, in the chamber, in the graveyard, in the ministry. This was different from all of those, not a chance encounter, not a managed confrontation designed by someone else. This was Harry walking toward it with full knowledge, full intention, and a sword that Merlin had built for exactly this moment. He heard Nagini before he saw her. The hiss came from inside an open window on the ground floor, long, low, the sound of something large moving across stone. Harry stopped and parsed it, around the perimeter, keep the warm ones close, the cold ones are leaving, Nagini's awareness of the people in the house, categorizing by temperature. She knew something had changed in the wards. She was alerting. Harry spoke back to her, in Parseltongue, which felt different with the ring on his hand, the founding compact aware of the language, Salazar's presence sharpening the channel, the words coming more cleanly than they ever had. "I know. I'm here. Tell him I'm here. A silence. Then, you speak. Yes. He will come. I know. Voldemort came through the front doors of the Malfoy estate with the controlled, deliberate movement of a man who had been told something unexpected and had chosen to treat the unexpectedness as an opportunity rather than a problem. He was tall and white and terrible in the specific way Harry had understood for years. The power of him was real, was enormous, was a presence you felt in your chest and your instincts the way you felt weather changing. His wand was in his hand and his red eyes found Harry in the garden with the absolute focus of someone who had been looking for this moment for 16 years. He looked at the ring. Something happened in his face. Very small, very fast, but Harry caught it, recognition, and underneath the recognition something that was not quite fear but was its cousin. A man who had structured his entire existence around the elimination of his own mortality encountering, in the hands of a 16-year-old boy in a Wiltshire garden, the instrument designed to end what he had made himself. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, with the voice like something that had decided it didn't need to sound human. You came to me. Yes, Harry said. Alone. No, Harry said. Voldemort's eyes moved, to Ron, to Hermione, to the shimmer of presences around Harry that the ring was no longer concealing. His gaze stopped on Salazar Slytherin, visible and entirely present, standing to Harry's right, and something moved through Voldemort's face that was more complex than anything Harry had seen there before. It was the expression of a man encountering the source of his mythology, the founder whose legacy he had claimed, whose bloodline he had weaponized, whose chamber he had used, looking at him from beside the person he had spent 16 years trying to kill. You are not what I intended my inheritance to be, Salazar said, quietly. Not with anger. With something colder. You took my name and my legacy and my chamber and made them instruments of exactly what I spent my life opposing. I want you to understand that clearly, before this ends. Voldemort looked at him. You are a memory in a ring. I am considerably more than that, Salazar said. But you're welcome to test the theory. Voldemort raised his wand, and the night became very bright very fast. The battle in the Garden of Malfoy Manor was not the kind of battle that got written into history neatly. It was fast and chaotic and loud with the sound of spells and the crack of apparition as Death Eaters came from inside the house in response to the noise, 3, 5, 8 of them, and Ron and Hermione engaging them with the decisive efficiency of two people who had been in fights before and knew how to keep the perimeter clear. Harry heard Hermione's voice running through counter-jinxes and Hermione's jinxes, which were never gentle, and Ron calling spells with the focused aggression of someone who has been preparing for this and is ready. Harry didn't fight the Death Eaters. He let them handle it. He went for Nagini first, because Nagini was moving through the garden toward Hermione with the directness of a very large snake that has been given an instruction, and Harry cut her out of the air with Merlin's sword, a single stroke, clean, and the Horcrux inside her dissolved with the same resonant crack as the others, and Nagini herself, freed of the soul shard, reared back and then went still, and Harry felt the ring register it. 5 external ones, done. Voldemort's scream was not human. He turned, and the power he directed at Harry would have killed most things. It hit the ring's founding compact awareness and the sword's counter-resonance simultaneously, not a shield, nothing so simple as a shield. More like two wavelengths cancelling, the dark magic running into the ancient working of Merlin's two creations and losing its coherence, dispersing around Harry in waves of light that turned the garden briefly white. Voldemort looked at him and understood something. Harry could see it, the red eyes calculating, the intelligence behind them running through the reality of what he was looking at and arriving at a conclusion he'd spent 16 years refusing to arrive at. You can't win this, Harry said. Not because I'm stronger. Because you've been fighting the wrong thing this whole time. You've been trying to cheat death, and death made the ring, and the ring is telling you it's not going to work. You're a child, Voldemort said. I'm the heir of the Hallows and the founding compact and I'm standing in your garden with Salazar Slytherin next to me and a sword Merlin built for this exact moment, Harry said. The age is not the relevant factor. Voldemort sent 3 spells in sequence, killing curse, cruciatus, something Harry didn't have a name for, and Harry moved through all three with the ring and the sword working in concert, not blocking, redirecting, the founding compact authority turning the magic aside the way it had turned the Ministry's ward dissolution team aside 2 days ago. Not with effort. With the simple, complete authority of something that was what it was. And then Harry raised the sword. Not at Voldemort's body. At Voldemort's magic, the dark core of it, the piece of himself that Tom Riddle had been feeding and building and fortifying for 50 years in the place where a normal human being had the ordinary architecture of mortality. The sword found it the way it found everything, with the instinct of something built to recognize the absence of what should be there, the wrongness of a soul that had been cut apart and forced into things it didn't belong in. The last soul piece, the one Voldemort had kept, the original, the remnant, was not a Horcrux in the technical sense. It was what was left when everything else had been removed. It was the core of the man, corrupted past any recognizable humanity, sustained by magic that had made it impossible to die in the normal sense. The sword cut it the same way it had cut all the others. The sound it made was louder than any of the others. The resonance that ran through 2 layers of reality simultaneously ran through more layers this time, ran through the foundations of the magical world itself, through the enchantments of the manor and the wards and the night air and Harry's chest and the ring on his finger and the sword in his hand, and Voldemort, Tom Riddle, who had once been a boy in an orphanage who was afraid of dying, came apart. Not violently. Not explosively. He simply ceased, in the way of a fire that has run out of what it was burning. The wand dropped. The red eyes lost their focus. And what fell in the frozen garden of Malfoy Manor was not the Dark Lord but a man who had finally, irrevocably, run out of ways to escape what he had been running from since childhood. Harry stood in the garden and breathed. The Death Eaters who had been fighting Ron and Hermione went still, one by one, as the word traveled through whatever connection linked them to their master. Some of them ran. 2 of them dropped their wands and sat down on the frozen ground with the expressions of people who had not entirely decided to do this and found that they had. Hermione stunned 3 more who seemed to be considering continuing, efficiently, without commentary. Ron looked at Harry. His face was doing the thing where all the things it was feeling were too many to have at once, so he was having them sequentially and fast forward. Then he said, "You all right?" "Yes," Harry said, and meant it. The ring was warm. All 4, present and steady and, something else. Something that had not been in them before, a quality he hadn't felt since the first night, different from the alertness and the urgency. It took him a moment to identify it because he hadn't felt it from them before. Relief. He stood in the garden with the sword in his hand and the ring on his finger and felt all 4 of them with the specific warmth of people who have been carrying something for a very long time and have just been allowed to set it down. The Ministry arrived 40 minutes later, Aurors, 6 of them, with Scrimgeour personally, because Scrimgeour had clearly been monitoring Voldemort's known locations and the magical flare of what had happened in the garden had been visible from Scotland. He came through the Malfoy gates and stopped when he saw Harry standing in the garden with a sword, surrounded by stunned and sitting Death Eaters, and to his considerable credit he assessed the situation quickly and accurately and said, "Report." "Voldemort is dead," Harry said. "Permanently. All Horcruxes are destroyed. I'll give you the full account at the Ministry tomorrow. The Death Eaters on the ground are yours to process. I'd recommend arresting everyone in the house." Scrimgeour looked at him for a long moment. "You're 16. 17 in July, Harry said. "Right," Scrimgeour said, and started issuing orders to his Aurors, which was the correct response. Harry, Ron, and Hermione went home. The walk back through Hogwarts' main doors at 2 in the morning was quiet. The school was asleep and the entrance hall was empty and the torches burned low in their brackets, and the castle around them had the deep-settled warmth of a place that had been standing for 1,000 years and intended to stand for 1,000 more. Harry stood in the entrance hall for a moment, just standing, not going anywhere. "You need to sleep," Helga said. "I know," he said. "And eat tomorrow. A real breakfast. Not coffee." "I know." A silence. Then she said, "Harry." He looked at the ring. "It's over," she said. Not triumphantly. Just, clearly. The simple, complete fact of it. "Yeah," he said. He went upstairs. The days after were their own kind of work. The ministry descended on the situation with the institutional hunger of a body that had been outmaneuvered and was now attempting to retroactively position itself as the primary agent of the victory, and Harry dealt with Scrimgeour twice, once in a formal interview at the ministry with Rowena's legal guidance running through the ring, and once in a conversation that was much shorter and considerably less polite, at the end of which Scrimgeour agreed that Harry's terms for any official ministry statement would be what they were, and that was that. The prophet ran the story 5 days in a row. Harry didn't read most of it. Hermione read it and summarized the parts that were accurate and the parts that weren't, and Harry addressed the inaccurate parts with a single public statement drafted with Rowena's precise legal language and Godric's opinions about what constituted a sufficient expression of the actual truth. The statement was 3 paragraphs, factual, and did not use the phrase "boy who lived once." The Wisingamots institutional law challenge to Hogwarts governance structure ran its process over the following 3 weeks, and at the end of it produced a ruling that recognized the founding compact's legal primacy, invalidated the 1970 restructuring, and required an independent commission to review all governance enchantment changes since 1945. Harry sat on the commission. So did Augusta Longbottom. So did Griselda Marchbanks, who was appointed chair and ran it with the flat, procedural efficiency of someone who had been waiting for a properly organized institutional cleanup since approximately 1970. The commission's work took 2 months. At the end of it, Hogwarts governing enchantments were restored to their founding architecture, not the altered version, not the Dumbledore-era version, but the original design, 4-pillar, collective, autonomous. The school governed itself, as it had been built to do. Dumbledore remained as headmaster through this process. He had offered to resign the morning after the board meeting, formally, in a letter to Augusta Longbottom, and Augusta had, after consulting with Harry, declined the resignation. Not because Dumbledore wasn't accountable. Because an empty headmaster's chair in the middle of a war's aftermath and a governance restructuring was a more destabilizing thing than a headmaster operating under constraint, and because Dumbledore's actual knowledge of the school and its needs was real and shouldn't be discarded when it could be used honestly. He operated differently after. Harry noticed it in small things, the way information moved through the school, more freely, without the filtering that the redirected intelligence pillar had enabled for decades. The way McGonagall was consulted rather than informed. The way students who came to the headmaster's office came out with things they'd actually wanted rather than things they'd been guided toward. He was still the most intelligent person Harry had ever met. He was also, now, operating in a structure that didn't bend to his intelligence the way it had. The combination was, if anything, more effective than the old arrangement. Harry had watched enough of Rowena to know that even extraordinary intelligence performs better with accountability than without it. Hermione modified her parents' memories and moved them to Australia, alone, and came back 2 days later looking like someone who had done something necessary and painful and was going to carry it for a long time. Harry and Ron were there when she arrived back at Hogwarts, and neither of them said anything particularly useful, because there wasn't anything particularly useful to say, and they both knew it, so they just stayed present, and that was apparently the right call because she said, later, that it helped. Ron wrote Percy a letter, a real one, longer than their letters usually ran. Percy wrote back within a day, which said something significant on its own. The Weasley family had the particular resilience of a group of people who are loud and chaotic and deeply, genuinely committed to each other when the noise settles down, and the noise settling down was something Harry watched with a warmth that wasn't his to articulate but that he felt clearly. He sat with the founders in the chamber 6 weeks after the Malfoy estate, and it was a different kind of sitting than it had been before. The urgency was gone. The structure around them had changed, the school restored, the war ended, the board process running, the custodia still registered and firm and no longer needed as a deterrent but standing nonetheless. The room had the quality of space after an event, the same chairs, the same fire, but the air different, settled. Godric was the one who said it first, because Godric was the one who said most things first. "We've been thinking about what comes next," he said. Harry looked at him. "For us," Godric said. "The ring. There are a few options, as Rowena has explained them. We can stay as we are, bound, accessible, awake as long as you wear the ring. We can return to the sealed state, the ring remains, the designation remains, but we go quiet until summoned again. Or," he paused. "Or," Rowena said, "we move on. The doors that don't open again." She said it without sentiment, not because she didn't feel it, but because she had made peace with it, and sentiment was not the form that peace took in her. The ring would remain. The designation would remain. The founding compact authority would pass to any future heir you designate. But we would be finished. Harry sat with this. "What do you want?" he asked. A silence. The fire crackled. "I want to see what comes after," Godric said, quietly. "I have been here in one form or another for 1,000 years. I want to know what's on the other side of the door." He paused. "I am also aware that I have very much enjoyed this. Which makes saying it easier than I expected and harder at the same time." Helga said, "I want to go. I have been here long enough, and what I wanted for this school and these children, I have seen it. I have seen it beginning to exist in the way it should. That is sufficient." She looked at Harry with the warmth she'd been giving him since the first night, the specific warmth of someone who has claimed you as theirs without condition or agenda. "You are sufficient. What you are." Rowena said, "I have been waiting for the answer to a number of questions for 900 years. I would like to find out whether they are answerable." She looked at Harry. "Your Hermione Granger will have access to the founding texts in the ring's record indefinitely. The library restoration project she has apparently already begun planning will be," she paused, and the sharp, genuine appreciation crossed her face one more time, "it will be very good." Salazar was last, which was correct for reasons that were mostly his own. He looked at the fire for a while before he looked at Harry. "I have been the story people tell when they need a reason for things to go wrong," he said, "for so long that I had stopped expecting to be anything else." He held Harry's gaze. "You made me something else." "Briefly." "That is," he stopped. "It is enough. More than I expected." He paused. "I want to go." Harry looked at all four of them. He thought about the first night, the chamber, the torchlight. Godric with his warrior's hands and his amber eyes and the fury he had turned into loyalty. Helga with the iron underneath her warmth, who had said love deployed as control is still control and changed the frame of something Harry had been living inside for 6 years. Rowena with her impossible precision and her genuine, hard-won respect. Salazar with his 1,000 years of complicated truth and the way he'd sat on the floor that first night instead of in the chair, placing himself at Harry's level rather than above it. He thought about Merlin, who had made the ring and the sword and hidden them in the dark and waited. Who had seen something coming and built the tools for it and trusted that the right person would find them. That particular loneliness, and that particular faith. "Okay," Harry said. He looked at the ring. Dark metal, shadow stone, the Hallows symbols and the old script. Warm on his finger, warm with the weight that wasn't a weight, warm with 4 presences that had been company in the most complete sense of the word, people who were entirely, unconditionally on his side, who had demanded nothing from him except his honesty, who had given him the one thing nobody else had thought to give him, which was the truth about himself, told straight, without management or caveats or the careful engineering of how he received it. "Thank you," he said. "For coming. For all of it." "We were always going to come," Godric said. "The ring was going to find you eventually. Merlin was very certain about that." "Did you believe him?" Harry asked. Godric thought about it, which was not something Godric usually did with things he said. "I believed that Merlin was right about most things," he said, "and that most things included this." He looked at Harry with the full force of his attention, that amber-brown gaze with the old fire in it. "I was not wrong to believe that. One by one, they moved on. Not dramatically. Not with light or ceremony. Godric went first, and the quality of his presence in the ring changed, present, then fading, then the warm afterimage of presence, then gone. Clean. Complete. Helga second, and she held Harry's hand for a moment, or the impression of it, the warmth of it, real enough to feel, and then she was gone too, and the absence she left was large and quiet and not wrong, just large. Rowena went without gesture, with the characteristic precision of someone who does things correctly and without excess, and the last thing Harry felt from her was the specific warmth of a first-rate mind having found what it was looking for. And Salazar, who had been the complication and the wild card and the one who had sat on the floor and told Harry what he needed to hear without softening it, looked at him one last time from across the room and said, quietly, "Make the school worth what we built it for." "I will," Harry said. Then he was gone, and Harry was alone in the Founder's chamber with the ring on his finger and the fire burning low and the school breathing around him in the way it always breathed when it was settled and his and paying quiet attention. He sat for a while. Not thinking about anything in particular. Just sitting in the room where 4 people had decided, 1,000 years ago, to make something that would last, and had made it, and had watched it go wrong and watched it come right again, and had gone through their door knowing it was going to continue without them. The ring was still warm. Different warm, the warmth of an object that carries something rather than one that contains someone. The designation, the compact, the founding authority. Still there. Permanent. Registered at Gringotts, recognized under old law, built into the school's enchantments in a way that no headmaster's appointment could paper over. He was still the heir paramount. The school was still his, in the sense that mattered, not owned, not possessed, but claimed and claiming back. He was still 16, nearly 17, in his 6th year with 6th-year coursework in Quidditch practice on Thursday and an essay for McGonagall that he had honestly completely forgotten about. He stood up, brushed the dust from his robes, and left the chamber. The 7th-floor corridor at, he checked, 10:30 on a Thursday night was empty except for Neville Longbottom, who was coming back from the library with a stack of herbology books and the expression of someone who had been studying for a test and was satisfied with the preparation. He stopped when he saw Harry and looked at his face with the particular attention of someone who reads faces accurately. "You all right?" Neville said. Harry thought about this. He thought about the ring warm on his hand, empty now but still real. He thought about 5 Horcruxes destroyed and a war ended and a governance restructuring in progress and 4 people he had known for 6 weeks and would carry for the rest of his life going through a door that didn't open again. He thought about Ron and Hermione asleep in Gryffindor Tower, alive and whole and protected by old law. He thought about an essay for McGonagall. He thought about Merlin building something in the dark and waiting. "Yeah," he said. "I'm all right." Neville nodded, satisfied with this, and they walked back to the tower together through the school that knew Harry's footsteps and the school that had been built by 4 people who believed something worth building was worth doing properly, and the corridors were warm and the torches burned and the castle breathed in the way it always breathed at night, with the low, old warmth of a place that had been sheltering people for 1,000 years and was settled, now, in what it was, and who it belonged to, and what it was for. Harry Potter went to bed. The ring was on his hand. The sword was under his mattress. The school was at his back. Tomorrow he was going to write his McGonagall essay and eat a proper breakfast, because he'd promised Helga, and promises to people who have gone through doors that don't open again are the kind you keep. He slept, and the school held him in its awareness, and the night went on, and the world after the war began its slow, necessary, irreplaceable work of becoming something worth the cost of what it had taken to arrive at it.